Guess it's not going to work. All right. Hi, two people. Two people tell two people, and then two people tell two people, and they two tell two people, and they tell two people, and then they tell two people. It's got to be more than two. It only shows two, though. Her legs spread out before me as her body lay still. Okay, so let's see where we stand. A tale of two tales. Nice to be here, nice to be anywhere, as Kiefer always says. Showing, man, 51. It shows more now. Hey, M. Hobson, what's up? That's good. You know, I was thinking yesterday, maybe what we should just focus on is buying the stock and skip all the discussion of options. I left my heart in San Francisco, high on a hill. Shoot, I didn't print it out, but I don't feel like doing it. There was, and my other screen is rather slow. So let me give you the quotes from here. 471 to 474, 617,000 shares on Finger. We're up 28 cents. This report, which I printed out the rest, I think, over there, but I'm not going to pick it up, by this gentleman, Michael Dion, who, I don't know if that's a common name, but somebody sent me a financial guy named Michael Dion got arrested for, or got convicted, I guess, of I can't remember, some sort of financial shenanigans. So anyway, I did about 3 or 4 posts, I think, on the Twitters about this. But I want to point out a couple of things quickly. I don't want to get bogged down on it because this guy's a complete shill. But he says he does agree that Finger Motion has rapid revenue growth. Good sign. But then he says there's not without a path to profitability. And he says, that's one thing he says. The other thing he says, sell-side analysts, who are benchmark, sell-side is the side of the business that used to exist, I guess it still does, where brokers would call the sell side, and you sell the idea to them, the sell side. So anyway, he says sell-side analysts also rated the stock a buy, but set a price at $5. If, and he's referring to another analyst too, if both analysts maintained their thesis and price target, this would be flipped to a sell across the board. Just apropos nothing, he makes that statement. He has no idea what he's talking about. That is just a flat-out fraudulent bullshit statement. And sorry for my language. Here is the sell-side report that got rained on. from benchmark, $5 on finger. And just to counteract, I just highlighted 2 points out of Michael Dion's slapdash hit job. One is he says there's no path to revenue. And two, he makes the completely preposterous observation that if benchmark, he didn't name them, but it's the only report out there that he could be referring to. If benchmark, once the stock goes over 5, the analyst is going to flip their buy to a sell. This is nonsense. So anyway, let me just go through a couple, 3 or 4 points in this report. I've done it before with you, and I wish I could find my glasses. I guess I have to go buy several. We are initiating coverage. This was June 22nd, and the stock is now 473. We are initiating coverage of Finger with a buy rating and a price target of $5. They talk about the mobile top-up business and they call that VAS. I forget what that stands for, but basically all the telecom business. They point out that Finger Motion is collaborating with China Unicom and China Mobile. Well, they've been doing this for quite some time, and these are the 2 biggest telecoms in China. And, you know, who's to say that in China companies aren't also the government when they're that big? I don't know. But they have a great relationship with it. If you listen to Brent's last audio interview on Wall Street Analyzer, he says that he talked to principals at each of these, and he said he wanted to push revenues for last quarter. He got the revenues last quarter up to 12 million. So anyway, that's one thing. And then this is one of the highlights right here. Highly leverageable model promises substantial earnings power ahead. Earnings. That doesn't say revenue, that says earnings. With anticipation of moderate growth in operating expenses, because most of this business is done over computers, so they don't have to build up a lot of infrastructure and a lot of office space and even people. Moderate growth in operating expenses. We think Finger can unleash substantial earnings power in the coming years. Earnings power. Unleash substantial earnings power in the coming years thanks to its highly scalable. I think they're being very conservative here, but you got to go with the guy. If you're reading a guy's report, you got to. It's certainly one woman. This is written by Fan Zhang and Long Lin of Benchmark. Anyway, we anticipate the company will break even in the 4th quarter of 2024 and turn profitable in 25. Remember, when you have these startup companies like Facebook, like Amazon, like Alphabet Soup, they run for years without earnings. They run for years without earnings as they build up. They claim the beach, then they spread out on the beach, and then they don't call the beach back. That's sorry. It's okay. So then I just want to go. This is a long report, a lot of data, a lot of analysis, unlike the hit job Dion did. Okay, VAS. This is the mobile project plan set to monetize in full year 24. That's next year now. I can't believe how time goes by. With its established and growing partnerships with telcos and online stores, Finger expects to roll out more value-added products and services down the road. An imminent product is its mobile device protection plan. In February of 2022, the company signed an agreement both with China Unicom and China Mobile to cooperate on the rollout of the mobile device protection product, which is incorporated into the telco's subscription plans as they launch new mobile phones, including the new 5G models. The mobile device protection plans are backed by a top global device protection insurance company. This is out of New York. Ham gave you the name of it. I'm not going to. And are slated to launch in Q2 of 24. The company projects 350,000 subscribers, 350,000 subscribers in full year 24 and 1 million in full year 25. We are excited about this opportunity, given the recurring nature of the revenue and the high margin profile. So let's just, since I can do the arithmetic on a million, let's just look at a million. I don't know what protection plans cost when you buy an Apple phone, because I never sign up for it. I used to, but I'd rather buy a new phone. Anyway, I probably should sign up. It's been a long time since I bought a new phone, but they expect 1 million participants to the Apple Protection Care. I think that's probably low out of 1.6 billion phones marketplace. Let's say the subscription costs $100. Is that reasonable? I don't know. Ham said Finger gets 25% of that. So it's $25. $25 million simply for introducing the insurance company to the telecoms, being the interface that handles it all, that it passes through. $25 million for 1 million users. They have 1.6 billion in China. And once they sign up, repeat business, repeat business, repeat business. This is a high margin business, and unlike the sloppy report or intentional report that Michael Dion did, earnings have a extraordinarily visible path. And once they hit, they're going to skyrocket. And, when Facebook came out, we were talking about it the other day. I think it was priced at $38, might have been 42, and it went to 38. Then they drove it down. It didn't have earnings. You can't buy Facebook for $38 anymore. You're not going to be able to buy Finger for $4, $5, $6 anymore when these kind of earnings come in, and the market discounts those earnings. What that means is they in the term that in the way I just use it, the market will start saying, hey, we see the visibility of these earnings. We better be buying the stock now before the earnings show up. So in a positive way, they would discount the news that the earnings in 2025 are going to make Michael Dion look like he should sell shoes in Shinola. All right. Then the final paragraph I'll read to you. Valuation. Our price target of $5 represents 1.6x times our full year 25 revenue estimate of $126 million. I mean, I'm not good at arithmetic, but that sounds like 30 million a quarter. It's pretty darn good. The multiple is in line with our China Internet comparable group. We acknowledge that the company deserves a higher multiple considering its hyper growth profile against this peer group, but we have decided to take a discount on its price to earnings growth ratio to account for the higher risk profile, especially the execution risks in association with an early stage company to deliver their growth and profit targets. And that's opinion, and that's reasonable. I would say that Finger has been an early stage company now for 10 years. So I don't think that risk is there. Their relationships with the telcos are strong. Their platform is robust, but fair enough. As the company proves, what was the last quarter? COVID has shut down China, and the shutdown was just lifted. Last quarter, Martin Shen was able to push revenues with the help of the telcos to $12 million while COVID was on. Now COVID, the shutdown is gone. Imagine the growth. So anyway, as the company proves its track record on execution and shows a healthy revenue mix from higher quality segments, such as big data, Big John, we are expecting a meaningful re-rating opportunity. In particular, as we mentioned earlier, Finger is expected to break even in 2024 and turn profitable in 2025. That's bloody visible. I don't know where Michael Dion gets. I mean, he says he's a financial bullshit analyst, but just pull this off the internet. Just pull it. But it's not visible to him, jerk. Finger is expected to break even in 24 and turn profitable in 25. We view these events as potential catalysts for the stock. Look, my opinion of what Benchmark did here, they have two probably very talented analysts, but Benchmark represents, in my judgment, the business model of introducing companies that need capital to short sellers, to criminals. And so they don't want to go overboard because they know there's a large exposure on the short side. That's my opinion. Anyway, 462 on Finger, 461 to 470. Not much to say there. Can I talk about what dark pools are and what impact that might have on trading? Well, Jerome, I can talk about it, but they didn't really exist or I should say it differently, there wasn't widespread awareness of them anyway. When when I had to show up, when I had a desk. What are they? I'll give you my opinion of what they are. They're a place to, number one, there are no market makers. This reg show, market makers used to be inside of brokerage firms, and they used to be also independent. Like, for example, Tucker Anthony could be a market maker in Kelly Oil and Gas. But so could Laidlaw, Johnston Lemon, Alex Brown. They all make markets in it. But they'd have a trading desk. And so anyone that wanted to buy or sell that stock essentially had to go ultimately through those those market makers, the brokers. So if you had your account at Merrill, Merrill would be reflecting a bid ask, and they probably would just send it over to, I don't even know if they'd get the best price for you, but they just send it over, and it would be, Merrill would become a client or a buyer or a seller, whatever, of that market maker. Let's say Johnston Lemon. Well, then, and then, it happened all the time. We would trade. I did a lot of trading in NV Homes, and I think it was. Actually, I can't remember. I can't remember if it was on the over-the-counter market or it went straight to the American. But anyway, when we would make a market, I don't think it applies to NV Homes. If we made a market in Kelly Oil and Gas, there was KLY, which was on the American, and Kelly Oil and Gas, KOGC, which was on the over-the-counter market. It never really happened that much, but and I'm just using it as an example. It did happen when I was at Merrill. That they would give you, hey Billy, we've got 10,000 shares of Kelly. I'm making this up. This never happened. We've got 10,000 shares of Kelly. You can buy it at $3.25. And you can keep a quarter. Well, that's huge because there's a commission in the book, and then I can keep 25 cents as commission. Of course, the firm gets the majority of it. But anyway, those were the kind of things that, and after hours, all the time, the block desk would call. We've got a special on Eastman Kodak. We can offer 50,000 shares at 42. And you can take 30 cents out of it, or you can take 80 cents out of it. And then we would call, and the client never sees that cost. That's back when the firms made markets, had trading desks. What happened in, I guess, 2008 timeframe, it might have been happening, but I also think it happened with decimalization, because back when they were doing that, you'd trade in eighths and sixteenths, 30 seconds, quarters. When they went to the decimal system, there wasn't much of that anymore. Then they went to, a couple things happened. They changed the accounts. When you used to bring in your account to me or transfer it in, I might try to get you to open up what was new back then, the Merrill Lynch cash management account, or you might say, nah, I just want a regular account. So I'd say, do you want your shares, do you want to be on margin, or do you want it to be a cash account? Well, I'd like to have margin if I want, and I'd like to be able to trade on margin. Okay, do you want your shares in street name, or do you want them held in safekeeping? Which was or in type 1. In other words, the shares were, the account reflected that you had 1,000 shares of Exxon, but they were in Jerome Greenberg's name, not in Merrill Lynch's name. You could trade them. You could call up and say, I want to sell calls against them. You could say, I'd like to put that on margin. They'd move it to type 2. I'm not sure that at that point, that would be a clerical thing that I wouldn't know. My guess is they would put it in Merrill Lynch's name if you went on margin. But as long as you keep it in the type 1 account, you could sell it, buy it, collect the dividends. But on Merrill Lynch's books, you own it. It's in your name. Dividends, well, that's another bookkeeping thing. Dividends would come to the account, or you could say send them home. You can't do that anymore. So at some point, and I think that was about 10 to 15 years ago, all the brokerage firms decided no more safekeeping, no more keeping names in Jerome Greenberg's name, shares in Jerome Greenberg's name. So now all shares are kept in the name of Merrill Lynch. Now this sleight of hand means you do not know if you have real shares or not. It's a way of accommodating cheating. They say it's for efficiency. They say it's to provide you liquidity, to make things easier. Well, go back, Jerome, to where it used to be. If you had the 1,000 shares of Exxon in your account and you wanted to change the name on those shares, well, that's where they would have, you didn't have to do this, but theoretically, you'd have to have the shares sent to you so you could sign them on the back and transfer them. In point of fact, you could just give me a power, we would affix it to the back. But it takes several days. And that's why settlement was 5 days back then. Another example would be you used to be able to open an account. Maybe you opened an account over at E.F. Hutton, and the broker said to you, Jerome, I have an absolutely fantastic offering that only E.F. Slutton has in the hottest new telecom company. I'd like you to participate. Well, how much is it? And she says to you, well, it's gonna we're pricing it at $20, and I'd like you to own. I'd like you to do a minimum of 1,000. Well, I only have my Exxon shares at Merrill. Well, there's two things. One, you could fill out all the paperwork, take forever, or you could sell your shares and ask me to deliver the Exxon over to E.F. Slutton. So what the 5 days were for in settlement were for situations like that. You could sell the shares without having them at E.F. Hutton, invest in her offering, call me and say, Merrill, you got to send, I want half or all of my shares of Exxon sent to E.F. Hutton. That's what the 5 days were for in settlement. Well, what the brokerage firms made every stock electronic. They left the settlement system essentially the same. They got it down to T+3, and now it's T+2. But everything's electronic. How long does it take the computer to spin out dollars at the ATM? How long does it take the handheld payment system at a restaurant to calculate the tip and the total and check to see if you have money on your Amex card? How long does it take when you buy an airline ticket for the ticket to be dispersed and the seat assigned, and when you show up at the airport, your ticket works? How long does it take to go to a Taylor Swift concert, if anyone would put themselves through that punishment? Buy a ticket, you know where your seat is. How long does it take a policeman when they pull you over, registration and license, sir, and you pull it out, they check your ID, wait in your seat, sir. They go back to their seat, blah, 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 come back. Sir, your license is expired and you haven't paid 6 tickets, and your mother wants you to call her back. They have it all. The computers don't need 3 days. They don't need 2 days. But anyway, they set it up so all shares are electronic now. All shares are in street name. You can assume they're all counterfeit. They kept the settlement even though you don't need it, because computers can handle this. But they kept the settlement. Why? To defraud. And then the other big thing that happened, and by the way, if you asked to come out of the electronic system, I invested in a company years ago. I put 75 grand in a new offering of a mining company, and I thought it was a great deal. They issued the shares to me, so it must have happened after that, because I don't think they would have issued shares. So that was about somewhere between 10 and 15 years ago. It was about 12 years ago that I did that. They gave me the shares, 300,000 shares, and then all sorts of changes happened. And guess what? The company got attacked by short sellers. They did financings. They got diluted. So they had to do a reverse split. Now I have 30,000 shares, not 300,000 shares. I have the certificate. I can't tell you. I can't get it back in the system. I can't deposit it. All right, that was Ham, and while I'm talking to you, I'm gonna do something. But anyway, so the other thing that happened, I've got those certificates. In order to get it back in the system, I called the transfer agents. I called CompuServe. I called the company, email chains. I can't get my certificates back in to sell them. So I called over the counter or NASDAQ. I think it was the over the OTC markets. And they said, well, here's a gentleman you can call in California. He'll do it for you. I have 30,000 shares under $1 now. They were more. He wanted 2,000 or 3,000 up front. Maybe it was 2,500 or 3,500 up front. Take 60 days. And then if he were able to get it back into the system, I'd have to sell it through him. And it was either 10 or 20% commission. To get 10%, I'd have to sell it through him. Or I could pay a fee and he would transfer it out. And I forget what that was. So they give you every incentive not to leave the electronic system. Okay, that's the one big change, and the decimalization. The third big change is after the crisis of 2008, the banks went to the taxpayer and they said, hey, we're Darwinists, we're all good Republicans, eat what you kill, free markets, but gulp, we're too big to go down, we're too big to fail, so could we get some money? So they got $1 trillion, and then more from Obama, and then more from probably Trump. And they became commercial banks. So what did they do? They moved all of their risk desks out of the firm. Where did those talented men and women that were trading on the desks? They went to hedge funds. They set up their own hedge funds. And the firms set up prime brokers. So you had Goldman Sachs, the commercial bank, and Goldman Sachs, the prime broker. Goldman Sachs investment bank / commercial bank. Thank you, Bill Clinton. And then you had Goldman Sachs, the prime broker. They're there to clear all this, to lend the money, to lend stock to all these hedge funds who used to be traders in their own firm. Now they're out there. Well, what's the big difference? No compliance officers, no regulation, no oversight. And so those big pools of money, those funds, those traders started pushing all the rules. And that's why I think we are where we are. The prime brokers got all the revenue without all the risk. And that's one of the big changes. So in that environment, the SEC went and reworked Reg Show because they knew this problem. Reg Show was designed to give the system time to settle up fails to deliver. Instead, they've just opened it wider. And the point I want to make on all that, Reg Show included the market maker exemption. There are no market makers anymore. Everything's done by computer. So to get to your question, Jerome, I think the reason for dark pools are to hide the buy orders. Hide the tickets that show demand in a stock. And they have to report it later, but the market makers only seem to go one way down, which is down. And so I think the dark pools were set up as a way to elide or evade the rules, and to keep stocks from popping up. And that's kind of the way I see it. Let me just do this, and I'll try to give you a better answer in the morning. I gotta know right now. Okay. Limit. Nightmare. Of course. So anyway, I think the dark pools were set up to disguise demand. And dark pools simply mean the trades are done off the computers. They're not in lit exchanges, so you don't see it. How is that fair, Jerome? How is it fair? Gensler says it's all the deepest, most transparent. What's transparent about that? You're supposed to know, as a buyer in a stock, you're supposed to know the market. You know, you would call your broker and say, "What's the market?" Well, it's 2,000 to buy by 10,000 to sell, and damn it. And I just got to do this. So that would be I need a computer. Okay. Okay. Okay, sorry, Jerome. I just trying to do a trade. Let me just quickly finish on that. I think dark pools, I don't fully understand all the complexities of it, but it's where big hedge funds trade, and those trades don't get lost. They're part of the record, but it suppresses demand on the upside. That's getting into my opinion. That's one of the things they need to correct. I don't think Ham says that Finger trades in the dark pools. I'd be surprised, but if it does, it's not massive volumes, and it won't affect in a squeeze. It won't affect the power of the squeeze. So this is the problem of going live. I can't do, without being rude to you, I can't do things. Okay, got it done. Maybe not. Okay, so it's not happening. Or maybe it is happening. You guys are probably. Hey, Jerome, I'm going to leave it at that because I probably bored everybody. But the stock right now is. But I'm glad to talk about it again. I'm not dismissing it. I just don't think I did a very good job on it. Um, I was trying to explain the dynamics of why it exists because you didn't need them before. Um, all right, I'm going to do one more here. And then I'm going to tell you what I'm trying to do. So annoying. So annoying. So annoying. All right, let's see. Let me just get this done and you'll have my full attention. And I'll tell you what I just did. Okay. All right. I need to. All right, I have to turn my phone off and start over again. Just how it goes. I'm sorry. I can't do two things at once, and this is just the risk of being live. I'm trying to do a trade, and I'm setting up a spread. I don't want to do a spread. I don't know how to cancel a spread. So that's my answer on dark pools. It's not a very good one. I don't have any dry powder either. I just sold my mother's jewels. I could get upset, but you just gotta be patient. Just gotta be patient. And if you miss it, you miss it. Just how it goes in life. All right, so what else? Bought 3,000 of GTII today at 85. That's great. Magic beans. I'm not going to be able to get this trade off. So, might as well. Let's just ignore it. It'd just be something I missed. Thank you, Jerome. Yeah, I don't mean to put out my trade info. It's just I feel like I'm not being transparent if I don't let you know. But I'm going to try this again. It's going so slowly. Okay. Almost there. Part of the problem is I'm no good at okay. I may have. Oh. I see. I see, said the blind carpenter as he picked up his hammer and saw. Stop talking and focus. I keep screwing it up. It keeps getting screwed up. And it should take 30 seconds, and it's now taken all this time because I've okay. Now I'm going to get it done, and I'm going to give you my full attention. I just need to Okay. It's frustrating. What's amazing, the price hasn't changed, so I shouldn't worry about it. Okay, I got it done. So I'll tell you what I did. I bought some August calls on Finger. That's what I did. For all that drama, that's what I did. I'm overpaying in premium, but I think the stock might go up. So I'll take that risk that I'm overpaying in premium. Stock is $4.65. God, there's so much premium. So much premium. Finger has frozen at 66. 466. All right, there was something else I wanted to talk about. And I don't know if I have it here. This other service came out with a good report on Finger. And let me see if it's here. I wanted to print it out because it's hard to read on my phone, but I'll read it to you. Chinese AI company wading through Finger FUD from seeking alpha. This is an article written by Mike Long. It was posted on July 20th, and it's on Insider Financial, small cap stock news. Finger Motion is a mobile data technology company that's been on a roll. The stock chart tells the tale. The question on some investors' minds is whether or not the fundamentals support the valuation. The fundamentals value story was the focus of the latest Seeking Alpha hatchet job by a writer who has popped up on the scene early this year as a short specialist with 14 articles to his credit so far. And we all know that his name is Michael Dion. His analysis delves into the seldom read risk disclosures. You know, at the bottom of a report, there are risk disclosures that go on and on and on and on. And they list every possible thing except for, well, anyway, they live every possible thing. His analysis delves into the seldom read risk disclosures in the latest quarterly report to make the case for his sell rating. He made the inconceivable and preposterous case that Finger might actually get kicked out of China. This article will explain the real facts and smother any notion that Finger is a regulatory target of Chinese regulators. Don't you wish that the shorts were regulatory targets of U.S. regulators? So there's the Seeking Alpha headline. Finger Motion needs a path to profitability. Sorry, I was thinking of the guy being promiscuous with his reports. The key reason This poorly followed seeking alpha analyst rates finger a sell is due to the political risks. That's his key. There's no period there. There should be a period there. So anyway, I didn't finish the sentence because there was no period there. The key reason this poorly followed seeking alpha analyst rates finger a sell is attributable to the political risks. These risks are literally made up. They're made up and have nothing to do with the existing or fundamental business. The risks mentioned in the annual disclosures are real and pertain to the future businesses, but as the CEO said in a recent podcast interview, quote, if there were any country risks in China, we are aware of them and addressing them, taking care of them early so it doesn't become a heightened risk, unquote. Martin Shen, CEO of Finger Motion. They've been doing business in China for 10 years or more. This author, the one that wrote the Seeking, Michael Dion, also stated it is his opinion that they have, quote, no clear path to profitability, unquote, even though the company was projecting profitability by the end of this calendar year. So that's by the end of 2023. The company is projecting profitability. End of 2023. We're in the middle of 2023. He also cited a lack of, quote, expense and cash control, unquote, issues. And he did not explain to the reader that as a top-up merchant processor for the top Chinese telecoms, they take a sliver of tens of millions of transactions. Finger does. Finger's leading product is top-up, and it's not even mentioned once in his hit piece, which demonstrates his complete lack of he doesn't say that, lack of understanding of the business model. I think he understands it perfectly well. I think he intentionally misled and tried to scare everybody. Headline, Chinese crackdowns exaggerated. The Seeking Alpha author talks about Chinese crackdowns that started about 3 years ago and for the most part have achieved their objectives of Chinese national security. He cites a newly announced espionage law framework for intelligence gathering as a, quote, significant fundamental risk to the ongoing operations of Finger Motion, unquote. Any investors who paid attention to this analysis should realize the incredible stretch he is making of how a payment processor's phone or data usage is a matter of national security. Once again, the Seeking Alpha author demonstrates his incompetent analysis by not understanding that Finger Motion's core operating business, responsible for almost a complete majority of revenue, is for payment processing and has nothing to do with the Sapientus big data business, which is in its gestational period. There is no political risk that Finger Motion is in the sights of the Chinese government. But if there were even a hint of political risk, the author didn't get the memo that relations were thawing between China and the big Chinese companies like Alibaba, and Baidu. These companies are compliant with their NASDAQ listing requirement that open the company's books to audit. Finger Motion is in full compliance as well. If there is still doubt regarding transparency, investors should know that Dentons, that's capital D, Dentons, Dentons, an internationally renowned law firm who helps manage the Chinese regulatory review and risks as they pertain to the company's operations, has been hired by Finger. The company also uses Macmillan LLP as their U.S. lawyers. Headline: The fundamental story. Finger Motion's fundamental story is about to be rewritten. Right now, Finger has a core top-up and SMS messaging business. But as the company mentioned in their last earnings release, retailers are hesitant to use text messaging, bulk text messaging, SMS, to drive retail traffic due to a change in the behavior of consumers during the COVID lockdowns. Basically, why drive traffic when no one's shopping? This is why close to all the revenue in the last quarterly report was attributable to the top-up business. But this may soon change in the coming quarters, as the company has guided that the device protection program could eclipse the top-up business and lead to significant margin expansion. Without the significant upside revenue that the device protection insurer business offers, Finger still did 150% of year-over-year comparisons for revenue. 150%. The margin contraction, which the Seeking Alpha author cited, was attributable to the switch from SMS to almost all top-up business. SMS is the way they do it is bulk distribution. It's not as expensive as processing low margin top-up business, but safe, repeatable, growing. Fantastic business. The margin contraction the author cited was attributable to the switch from SMS to almost all top-up business, which is a testament to the flexibility of management. The Seeking Alpha author simply looked at the numbers, if he bothered to look at the numbers, and failed to read the management discussion and analysis section. This failure to read led him to conclude that management was, quote, not driving margin or effectively managing costs, unquote. The genius of Michael Dion. Just, hey, management's not doing this. I don't talk to management, but I know they're not doing this. The author used that same logic to criticize cash flow. He also analyzes the changes in receivables, which are for the most part meaningless in Finger Motion's business model because there are no bad accounts in the payment processing business. I would also just point out that in the last audio interview that Martin Shen did, this Michael Dion is criticizing they're not driving margin. Well, Shen specifically addressed that he was pushing revenues and getting the cooperation of the big China telecoms, and that in fact they were they were aligning their strategy to achieve higher margins. So I don't know what bridge the guy lives under. Okay, headline: balance sheet strengthened, signals end of dilution. The Seeking Alpha author notes the balance sheet was deteriorating and was not, quote, giving any indication that they have the financials under control, unquote. He doesn't talk to management, so he's clueless. A quote from the company earnings release said, quote, the company has significantly improved its balance sheet and exceeded the quarterly milestone of over $10 million in revenue for the quarter. That was their goal, $10 million in revenue. The facts show that the company eliminated $4 million worth of the Lin Partners convertible note in the latest quarter, which has been the center of controversy over the origins of a massive naked short position in Finger Motion's stock. In the past quarter, they showed $607,695 worth of liabilities, less than $1 million, versus 4.574824 in the prior quarter. So their liabilities decreased quarter over quarter. He doesn't get into that. Their short-term liabilities, well, it doesn't say short-term. It just says liabilities. Their liabilities last quarter, the previous quarter, were $4,574,824. In the most recent announced quarter, their liabilities were $607,695. So basically, they decreased their liabilities by approximately $4 million. That's a massive improvement. It's not commented on in his report. In the latest quarter, they also showed an increase in shareholder equity slightly over $1 million, while paying off nearly all their debt. Finger Motion clearly has their finances under control, contrary to the opinion of the Seeking Alpha author. This repayment of debt was heralded by the company in April in a press release. Finger Motion essentially signaled the end of dilution for the company. They said the note repayment, quote, eradicates any further dilutive impact of this convertible debt on our shareholders, unquote. And if there's any CEOs listening, don't do business with the Lin Partners, in my opinion. If there's any regulators listening, investigate the Lin Partners and Benchmark, in my opinion. If there's any journalists out there, can you journal? They continued to say that this act reinforced the commitment toward building shareholder value. Finger motion is in a position to explode. Just like when Shills ask William questions. It doesn't say that. Finger motion is in a position to explode their top line revenue with initiatives in the device protection and insure tech. This is the huge upside which investors have been patiently waiting for. Headline: Technology play, not fundamental stock. Finger motion is not a fundamental stock, and fundamental analysis simply doesn't work for this stock. Not that the Michael Dion did any real analysis. The Seeking Alpha author uses quantitative, see, it's easier to say quant than quantitative, quant ratings, which is an algorithmic scraping of data to come up with ratings to predict future performance in order to prove his point that the stock is overvalued. When evaluating technology stocks, who are just starting the hockey stick part of their growth trajectory, the uplift of their growth trajectory curve, fundamental investors should steer clear of companies like Finger Motion because it simply doesn't fit their investment style. Let's read that again. That sentence ended differently than I thought it began. When evaluating technology stocks who are just starting the hockey stick part of their growth trajectory curve, fundamental investors should steer clear of companies like Finger Motion because it simply doesn't fit their investment style. Well, we'll leave it alone. The Seeking Alpha author fails at making a solid fundamental argument and also demonstrated his gross negligence on reading about the company and what they do. Any fundamental investors who sold stock on his analysis really have no business being in this stock. Now, what I think this guy's trying to say is that Finger Motion is about to show its rapid growth in revenues and earnings and footprint, customers, all of that, the hockey stick part. And if you're measuring a company on its costs of sales or its operating expenses on a minutia level, right now you're going to miss a trade. You're going to be scared out of a trade because it's not appropriate. How do you divide out what could be, you've got 1.6 billion users of mobile phones. They're just starting with 1 million in 25 that they will capture. What if they capture 10 million? What if they capture 100 million? What if they capture just 10% of 1.6 billion phones? It's the numbers just begin to get just out of this world. And I wouldn't want to be short Finger Motion. I wouldn't want to be Jeff Easton or Philip Vallier at the Lynn Partners. Their future is putting on old shoes with worn out soles and unironed black slacks, the cleanest dirty white shirt they have, and an apron, and they'll be waiting tables while you're sitting ordering food for your grandchildren and your daughter on one of your vacations around the world. Technology play. This is a headline. Technology play, not a fundamental stock. I already read that. Next headline. Shorts still in play in Chinese stocks. Right now, the shorts in finger motion have no overhanging supply in the form of a convertible note, which makes finger a risky bet on the shorts part. But the slipshod analysis from the Seeking Alpha author suggests a possible connection to the shorts, given the timing and the impact of the article. No kidding. That's racketeering. And it says at the bottom that he didn't get paid for the article. If you believe that, I had a date last night. The July option expiration is Friday, and there was an explosion of contracts in the July series. So the option call sellers have to push the stock below $4 for the most calls to expire. And that kind of goes into that whole gamma ray analysis. Some of you guys understand a heck of a lot better than I do. But what I do know is as call premiums expand, there are people that come in, computers that come in and buy the stock, sell the calls because of the rates of return. And I guess that's the initial stages of a gamma squeeze. Okay, final paragraph, investment summary. Finger motion is a technology play, not a fundamental play. It says a fundament play. It's not a fundament play. They are the Chinese version of Snowflake, which is a NASDAQ company, SNOW. Their predictive algorithms are very close to being monetized. No visible path to prosperity? Come on. Very close to being monetized in their InsurTech business, which should represent huge upside in revenues and earnings. Their device protection is slated to contribute to revenues and earnings in the coming quarter, that's now, and next quarter. And this potential should be factored into the stock price. Keep in mind that they have access to 1.6 billion, with a B, subscribers between the two telecoms, China Mobile and China Unicom. The company is expecting to be profitable this year. Wait a minute. It says Michael Dion, and he's only looking out for you. It says finger motion needs a path to profitability. But wait a minute. This analyst, who actually listened to calls by the CEO, actually read the benchmark research report. This analyst says in his summary, the company is expected to be profitable this year. Well, wait a minute. We're in July. It's almost over. Our calls are going to expire, so we're going to be in August. So we've got August, September, October, November, December. Sometime in the next 5 months, the company is expecting to be profitable. The company is expecting to be profitable this year and has also gone on record saying the device protection business will eclipse its core top-up business. They have no dilution on the horizon. Investors in Finger are looking for this catalytic announcement because it means a big increase in both revenues and margins. Furtherer, or farther. No, it says further on the horizon is the InsurTech business from the Sapientus division. The future of Finger places it at the forefront of the artificial intelligence wave. Wait a minute. Artificial intelligence? Michael Dion didn't mention artificial intelligence. Isn't that all the rave? Isn't that where fortunes are going to be made? Michael Dion. How did you miss that? The future of Finger places it at the forefront of the artificial intelligence wave in China, which has yet to establish a sizable foothold. The artificial intelligence business in China has yet to establish a foothold. With the backing of the two top telecoms, China Mobile and China Unicom, Finger seems to be in an unstoppable position when the switch is flipped to start embracing artificial intelligence. In the meantime, investors should be more than satisfied with the triple-digit revenue growth and margin expansion slated from the device protection business to hold them over until the InsurTech, that's Pacific Re and Munich Re, business transforms Finger once again. Finger is a momentum and artificial intelligence technology play, and the Seeking Alpha article is just another bear raid on a solid company with great prospects. That came from Insider Financial, and it was written by Michael Long. Okay, so that's my, I took my time. I'm sorry I dragged it out with my trade. So the stock closed. Let's see where it closed. 462. So what I think tomorrow is going to happen, they're going to try to drive the stock down. They have two choices before us. They're not going to close Finger at 462 tomorrow. In my judgment, they'll either close it at 4 or at 3. 4 or 3. They, over the last, with the help of this fraud report, and with the help of the ongoing fraud in the securities market, which Gary Gensler and crew ignore, they've, to my memory from last week, they've basically walked the stock down 50 cents a day. It's all fraud. It's not real selling. There is a gentleman out there, just like when GTII, I used to get these attacks on my phone. There's a gentleman out there that warned when the stock was $5.50 that you better stay away. He didn't explain himself. He knows who he is, if he's even bothering to listen. But he's part of the racketeering. He's a racketeer. And if I'm ever screened for what I know, I doubt I ever will be, because my information is all third and fourth hand. But if I'm ever asked, I will put his name in front of the FBI and the Department of Justice for all of his arrogance, he knew. And anybody that knows that a bear raid is happening and they're buying puts, selling calls, telling other people, they're part of it. It's just no way around it. Okay, so the stock closed at 472, I think. I'm a little confused where it closed, sorry. No, it closed at 457. So I think they'll try to get it down to 4 tomorrow. Not 3. I didn't mean 3. Sorry, I didn't mean 3. Did I know I said 3. I didn't mean 3. So they'll either close it at $4 tomorrow or at $5 tomorrow, if they have anything to say about it. My guess is they'll try to close it at 4 tomorrow because it'll take out more premiums. We've already come through the 5s. The 5s still have a 10-cent bid, but the 4s have a 50-cent bid. I think they'll try to take those premiums out. On the put side, the $5 puts have a 40-cent premium. The $6 puts have $1.25, but there's not such a big volume of those puts. Although I did hear when the stock, just before they did this bear raid, somebody bought 1,000 puts. A racketeer, somebody that knew. Remember, SEC lets it happen. And Jim Cramer, different Cramer, Jim Cramer, hey, caveat emptor, buyer beware. And apparently Gary Gensler said in front of the Senate yesterday, hey, fraud's fraud. What am I supposed to do about it? Fraud's fraud. So anyway, if I had to pick where the stock's going to close tomorrow, I would pick $4, which is depressing. I own a lot of the July calls, and they're going to end up completely worthless. Is there hope that there could be a snapback and it could close at $6, $7, $8? Sure. That could happen at any time. But I think tomorrow, $4 is what you got to get ready for. So that won't be fun. But then we'll be in next week. And the options expire, I think, on the 18th or the 21st. Let me see. August 18th. So then we'll be looking at August. I'm not recommending, if the stock gets down to $4, the stock is so cheap, you might as well just buy the stock, if that's what you're planning on doing. The stock never expires. I think the stock will be, it could be like Snowflake. It could go to $100, $200, $300. You're talking about a company that is entering a virgin market for, I'm trying to remember. I think they have a middle class that's either 2 or 3 times the entire population of the United States, and they all aspire to live the way we do. They have all these phones. They're rolling out 5G everywhere. Remember, they didn't spend trillions of dollars bombing deserts and building airports in Afghanistan they walked away from. They spent their trillions of dollars building out high-speed trains, modern airports, power plants, cities, resorts, highways, ports, factories, computers. They went around the world on the Road Belt Plan or whatever it's called, buying up resources and financing countries, while we squandered our money blowing up brown-skinned people, spreading freedom. And if YouTube's watching, I'm all for freedom, and I'm all for spreading freedom. But they spent their money on 5G, for example. They spent it on their economy. So I think Finger Motion can be a $20, $30, $50, $100 stock regardless of a squeeze. Just buy the stock. But anyway, in August, the August 5s right now are 85. I should write this down. I'll write them down. We'll see what their trade next week if the stock price stays the same. The August 5s right now are ask. I'm just going to go by the ask. 85 cents. The August 6s, 65 cents. The August 7s, 55 cents. The August 8s, 45 cents. And the August 9s, 40 cents. And I'll put the 10s, 35 cents. And why don't we do the 4s? No, the 4s aren't relevant because they're in the money. So I just did the out of the monies. So this is Thursday. We'll see how they trade next week. August will become the near month, and these premiums should go down. There'll be a lot of buying Monday morning, so they'll be up. They'll be expecting that. But the price, if they're able to close the stock at $4, the premiums tomorrow on these calls might be cheap. So look at the August calls, and we'll look at the prices tomorrow. Or Monday, they'll be even cheaper. You'd be amazed what taking the weekend out. Two things will happen on Monday. This weekend will be gone, and so this will be the near month. They will at least set up September calls, September options, maybe October options. We'll wait and see. I bet they get both months out there, but certainly September. So you can load up. One call's enough to call it loading up if you want next week. Or tomorrow might be when they get this stock going down, crushing it to wipe out premium. You may feel the victim. On the other hand, you can say, I'm my own actor. I am the captain of my ship. I'm going to take action. I know this won't last after Friday. Therefore, I'm going to act, and I'm going to either buy the stock or buy August calls or September. Well, you can't buy September. Just take action. I'm not telling you have to do it. I'm not giving financial advice. But you don't have these guys doing this. They're like the Terminator. They're just machines. They have no emotions. None. They don't have emotions like you and I do. Someone went in and ripped their hearts out and put in a pacemaker. Dialed on sell, 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 sell. They don't have emotions. They're machines. But what's your advantage? You've been educated on it. You can see it. You know tomorrow that they're going to sell off these options, this stock, to get the call premiums. So what's the way to take advantage of that? Because they're just a machine. That's what they're going to do. They're going to stop that by Monday by definition. And then they've got 4 weeks ahead of them. Are they going to sell on Monday? Probably not. There's probably going to be buying on Monday. And I think the other two dynamics that you have to look at in Finger, to me, is August. For most wealthy clients, they take vacation. For a lot of overpaid wankers, they take vacation. So you might see very thinly traded markets for August. That can be negative. Or should a buyer come in? Should a new investment banking relationship be established? Should new research reports be issued? Should any kind of announcement in any of these areas, AI, telecom, the Netflix area, come out that are positive for Finger in August, you could see the stock, and it's over $5. They want it under 5, but it's not going to stay under 5 in my judgment. All of a sudden, you could have a lot of buying in the stock while nobody's looking. That's when markets are thinly traded, you can have moves in both directions. It can be a good and a bad. So maybe, and I'm just cautioning you, I just bought August calls in front of you. On Finger, I overpaid. We'll see. We'll be able to tell tomorrow, and we'll be able to tell Monday. But it might be that everything waits till September when people come back from school, first, second week of September. So you might factor that in if you're buying calls. Maybe you buy the Septembers instead of August. But it's a push, because good news and new coverage, new institutional buying, if it were to come, could occur in August, and it could move. The other thing is, I don't know how Chinese investors are. I'm mostly European, Middle Eastern, and U.S. investors take August off. I don't know if China does. So if there's Chinese buyers, maybe it doesn't matter at all. And many people on vacation can just use their computers and phones anyway. All right. I haven't answered a single question. Da Hobler, William, snap out of it. We are only going up of here. Don't let that FUD get to you. I just bought calls, Da Hobler. I just bought calls in Finger. I'll tell you the ones I bought, but I'm a little embarrassed by it. No, I won't tell you which ones. It's not fair. But I will say I didn't buy in the money calls. What's the probability of the FBI taking Lynn down, asks Theo. It's interesting you asked that, because I was thinking about that today regarding the arrogant Kramer brothers and the hapless Charlie Mayo. We're all forgetting, or maybe we haven't forgotten, that in February, the Kramer, somebody stiffed Westpac in California with a reportedly $4 million securities loss fraud, and the FBI was investigating it. I think if you ask that question about the Kramers, I think 99% the Kramers should be out of the country if they're not already. And I'm not sure they should be in any country that the FBI has reciprocal relationships with. I think the Kramers are in big time trouble. And I think Charlie Mayo is going to find out how deep is your love, How deep is your love? There, Chris Griffith. I'm waiting till Monday to buy August calls. I think Chris Griffith has made the best summary, the best judgment, the best recommendation possible. Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday are and maybe spread it out over those 3 days. Maybe not Monday morning, maybe Monday in the afternoon. You're going to have to judge it by how the stock trades. But Chris, bingo. You're 100% right. I wouldn't buy them. I just bought them today. I wouldn't recommend that to you to buy them today. Tomorrow, if the stock craters, we'll see. I predict $4 closing tomorrow. Why? Say thing happens next month. Same thing happens next month, David? Yeah, it's possible. Same thing could happen next month. The way I see it, and it's, David, you're 100% correct. The same thing could happen next month. I don't have my chart. I've shown you that chart. Every single day I've shown you that same chart, and I don't have it now. Anyway, you could imagine it. What I think's going on with Finger is they hired Wes Christian for a reason, and that reason was to get Lynn Partners off their neck. Finger Motion many months ago offered to pay back Lynn Partners' note plus penalties in cash, everything. And Lynn Partners wouldn't take it. Why? Because Lynn Partners or their associates or people in cahoots had sold something like 95 million shares in 10 days that didn't exist. SEC doesn't care about that. That's not fraud. Fraud's only when a stock goes up. That's what they teach at SEC school. So 95 million shares naked short. And Lynn Partners was screaming like a rat caught in a glue trap. They were in trouble. So they said no, and no, and no, and no. So number one, Finger hired Wes Christian to settle that. They did. They got out of that contract. So there are no, as Martin Shen said, I just read to you, there is no supply of dilutive shares sitting at a transfer agent for Jeff Easton with his smile and Philip Vallier with his sheepish grin to dump on the markets. Excuse me. So that's number one. Number two, that happened last quarter. So I think the company's sort of gearing up after that battle. Number three, somebody, if you looked at my chart, is buying Finger. It wasn't you, wasn't me. Even collectively, we were not. Everybody on this call, everybody on Ham's calls, we did not buy 12 or 15 million shares over the last 3 or 4 weeks. That's my opinion. But there's no way we bought that many shares. I just don't see it. So somebody's buying in Finger. The earnings and the news are absolutely fantastic. The reports. The price of the stock as it goes over 5 brings in Merrill Lynch, Wells Fargo, Prudential UBS, and Morgan Stanley brokers. As the stock goes over some number, 300 million, 400 million market cap, that brings in institutions. There are research reports out there. China's COVID lockdown is over. The company has announced they're in the second stage with both insurance companies in conversations about monetizing the data that Finger can give to Pacific Re and Munich Re for I think they're going to start with well, I don't know which one. Automobile, health insurance, but I think they're going to start with life insurance and maybe home insurance. Those are 4 areas that are virgin, that you're going into a marketplace, China, which is growing and has a middle class that's 3 or 4 times bigger than our whole market. Our market for car insurance, health insurance, automobile insurance, fire insurance, flood insurance, home insurance is mature. It's mature. So anyway, that's going on. Then, as we just described, they are moving with speed on the so-called Apple Care plan. And from what I read, the 5G rollout is complete. Chinese people are going to want to buy the new phones. The cost of the data of the device protection is already built into the subscription models. So this becomes an annuity. So anyway, these things to me point. And then I left out the biggest thing. They now have 160 million shares short. If you think it's 80 million, it's 80 million. If you think it's 40 million, it's 40 million. If you think it's 20 million, it's 20 million. If you think it's just the 15 million they did last week, it's just the 15 million. But they're underwater. And as it goes up, that buying will come in, and that can drive the stock 20, 30, 40 points. So all of it to me, and to you, you look at it and say, hey, the stock, they did it this month, they're going to do it next month. That's Eeyore. My girlfriend used to call me Eeyore. You're Eeyore. You look at a red door and you want it painted black. You look at a trading situation where they drove the stock down, probably because they're in trouble, probably because they're so weak they couldn't let it go up, probably because options were expiring this week, and maybe vindictive against us just because they want to sting us. Okay, Eeyore. That's the Eeyore. That's the Eeyore outlook. Maybe I look at it like the puppy dog just let out of his cage outlook, with all smiles and running around and jumping up and down, and maybe I'm unreasonable. But somebody was buying finger. The stock went from $1.40 to $7.50, at least after market. And now it's pulled back. It's manipulated. It's fraud. Fraud ain't free, by the way. They can't do it for free. And this is what I keep harping on, painfully, I'm sure. The legal route's going to take forever. The Congress route won't work until it does, but it'll be a slog. Journalists don't care. Nobody wants to pop their head up. Broker dealers don't know about it. I retweeted a tweet where FINRA said, hey, they can just move the short into Nextbridge. That's what they've always done, because public company to public company. It always worked before. They don't know. They're clueless. So what's different this month? Maybe nothing. You could be 100% right. Maybe it runs up and they suck all the money out and they drive the stock back down. But I'm not going to run through it again. I just ran through the pressure that's building up, in my judgment, for the stock to move upward. Not only move upward, I think finger in August, and I've given you the caution that August might be deader than fried chicken. But it might be August. Maybe it ends up being September. But I think when finger breaks through 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 21, if it does, the stock can go 10, can if it everything that makes the stock go to $15, $21 should make it go to $50 or $100 or more. So that's why you buy the calls, because you're not paying $4 for the stock. You're paying 50 cents for the options. If it works, great. If it doesn't, you lose the 50 cents. Otherwise, don't do the calls. Don't do the calls. But that's why I'm recommending it. Sure, you can be Eeyore and say, "Oh, they're just gonna do it again." You can be puppy dog goofy like I am and say, "Hey, that's going to go up." Or you can be something in between, saying, "You know what? I'm Sarah Connor's son or lover, John Connor. I'm John Connor. I'm going to fight the machines. I'm going to fight the machines. And the best way I know how to fight is anticipate. Yeah, they've suppressed it for the last 5 days. What's the most likely next move? I'm telling you tomorrow, I think $4. But after that, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, what's the most likely move? Back to 1? Or could there be Asian buying? Could whoever's been buying continue buying? Could the fundamental story start spilling out? Could research come in? Could the margin call that's pending cause a buy-in? I don't know. I'm going with the latter. I think from Monday onward, we're going to see the stock up, not down. And there's, in that situation, the potential is they lose control of it and it skyrockets. So anyway, that's my long answer. Who's Silver Sage? Sage. Oh, I'm the Silver Sage? Ace in the hole. Ace is the place. I tried to listen to you last night, Ace, but frankly, I fell asleep. Not when you were talking. Before you even started, I fell asleep. And I know that might seem insulting, but you probably didn't want me on your call anyway, because as I've said before, I'm flappable and you are unflappable. And yesterday I was a little bit flapped, so I probably wasn't in the best mood. You didn't bore me. You didn't bore me. But you know what, Ace? I probably already said this to you, but Ace, you're sharp as a drill and twice as boring. I think I already said that once. Moody Waters. You put the phone in the fridge? You wanted to chill? You wanted to put me on chill? You should put me on chill. Or you should tell me to chill when I get all upset. Look, this has been a... how much... I don't want to say the first part of that, Nick, but how much I can buy 50 cents call. I don't know. I would... If this... I hate saying this. I think they're going to try to pin it at $4 tomorrow. They're not going to leave it at $4.50. But maybe they pin it at $5. They're not going to let it run up. Don't be depressed. They can lose control tomorrow. It can still go to 12 tomorrow. But the odds aren't so high. So I think they might pin it at 4. So tomorrow, I would look at buying the August. Well, right now the August 6s are 65 cents. I think that's too much money. But if the 6s were to go to 50 cents, that might be pounceable. If the 5s went to 50 cents, that would be pounceable. The 7, 8s, or 9s, If they went to 10 or 15 cents tomorrow, that'd be pounceable. But I think you're going to find tomorrow that the stock will go down tomorrow. They'll pin it, but the premiums on the August won't go down very much. Why aren't they going down? Because this is going to be a short-term 1-day manipulation down. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I'm telling you, I've done this. I'm not as scientific as Avid. I'm not as computer as Arca. I'm not as instinctively knowledgeable as Ham or Pedro Philly. But you'd be amazed from my experience how just a weekend, if you bought calls tomorrow versus Tuesday and the price stays the same in the stock, you'd be amazed how much the premium falls just for 24 hours trading time. I don't know what it is about it. So it's better to wait till next week if you're going to look at the Augusts, unless you just have to be in it. And that's the urge I had today when I bought my August calls right in front of you. Yes, it could happen. I am saying it could happen. Charlie Mack, Da Hobbler said the price was going up or down or staying the same. I think he has a point. The only thing he left out is maybe the markets will be closed. But that would be staying the same. I'll stick with, I think they're going to try to get it to $4. There's more calls out there than puts. There's a lot of premium in the puts. Maybe they'll pin it at $5. Maybe tomorrow's the day when we wake up and it opens up $3 and, I'll be glad to be wrong. I don't want to be right. If being right means being without you, I'd rather live a wrong living life. Your mama and your daddy say, it's a shame. He's a downright disgrace. He has insider information inside his head. Well, we're going to lose our premiums tomorrow. I own a lot of calls tomorrow, and the stock is down today to 450. And you saw me in front of you. I said, self, don't be a victim. I said, Billy, don't be a hero. Don't be a fool with your life. So I bought some August just to be in them. Because this, when it turns, it'll snap. It'll crack back like a rubber band aimed at the pretty girl's head in grade school. It's going to, when it snaps back, it can be, look, it took them 5 or 6 days to walk it down 40 to 50 cents a day with fraud. So they took it basically from, I'm going to make up the numbers because I don't remember, from 640 down to 440. And it took them 5 or 6 days. Do you know how quickly it could be back to $7? 45 minutes. 45 minutes. This thing could open tomorrow and they could fight it. And it could be $7, $8, $9 in an hour. So it's a bit like the lottery. You got to play it to win. But the odds of winning, I guess, They're not zero. So I am saying you have a chance. What did I say yesterday, M. Casey? Something terrible? Moody Waters. So having all those call options only puts pressure on the shorts if they close in the money. I'm assuming by your question that July calls, yes. If they're out of the money, it doesn't put any pressure on them. The guy who just won 1.23 billion in the lottery only gets to keep 433 million after taxes. We should look him up. We should gather 20 of us, set up that are willing, set up a suite of offices in the Cayman Islands and 100 LLCs, sign up with some market makers, get him to finance us, and we should strip $1 billion a week out of the market by signing up hapless companies with, and we need some lawyers to cover for us. We'll just sign up as many over-the-counter stocks as we can in toxic convertible notes. We'll have a glossy website, glossy presentations. We can go get some boiler rooms out of Long Island, New York, and elsewhere. We'll pay those guys every time they bring a company, and we just start shorting. And let's try to aim for doing 100 companies in the first 6 months. We'll take $1 billion a week. Well, initially the money stays in the prime broker's account, but as we're able to get these companies down to nothingness, we can cause reverse splits, so we can take 95% of the money out because we won't have the same maintenance requirements. We know FINRA won't mind. We can do it. We can do it out loud on these computers because FINRA doesn't think that kind of fraud is fraud. The SEC will allow us to do it. So we should get that guy to help us, and then he won't have to pay taxes. We'll just take it offshore. No closing transactions. Billions, hundreds of billions we could strip out of the market. When Obama and Bush primed the pump under Ben Bernanke, putting trillions of dollars into the market using Keynesian economics to prime our economy, we can be there to take trillions out like there's a leak in the pump. We'll just take trillions out. We can bring it to the Cayman Islands or Germany or Venezuela. We don't have to pay any taxes. And, we'll have some shills to write some research reports. But we'll have the computers just sell every day. And so why buy lottery tickets and win $1 billion? We can strip billions. We can be our own lottery tickets. Gensler doesn't care. I think we have an idea. We're going to be criminals because crime pays. Hey, not legal advice. That news on MMTLP. Nextbridge, I guess, either drilled or has drilled 3 new wells. Terrific. It's just terrific. We wouldn't, Da Habler, we could clear through Switzerland and we wouldn't have to report our shorts until we're dead. I love this strategy. I love it. And let's start contributing to primarily Democratic coffers, but Republican too. We could probably buy some of the committees on Congress. And I know some professors we could get to lie to Congress for us. I think it's a great schemer. David, you make a good point, and we don't have to pay taxes. David, you make a good point. If they are manipulating over the last few weeks, like I think they are in Finger, they, as Pedro Pete said, they're doing it without fear. The other thing they're doing it out in the open. And yes, Wes Christian, whether it's with Finger or elsewhere, he's not working for CEOs. There's one maybe. But most of those CEOs are not going to settle. They're going for discovery. And by working with ShareIntel, that's the, I don't think I'll find it quickly, but that's that rather larger guy, like he used to be an athlete, who in the documentary regarding this, but it was more, I think, possibly about bonds. But anyway, he's the market maker that said, hey, we just take the order. We don't ask questions. We just sell them. We're grateful for the ticket. He started ShareIntel. So what is ShareIntel? ShareIntel is a way of getting the data that Wes normally goes through the courts for discovery, which roadblock after roadblock after roadblock. Now, I'm not saying that the data from ShareIntel would 100% pass a lawyer's requirement for proof. I think it will, but lawyers need evidence. The best way is under subpoena. It goes through the court. I don't have the terminology, but it gets in the court docket, gets in the court record. The judge says that's a fact. Both lawyers have no choice but to agree that's a fact. Then you have your facts. Once you have your facts, you can go, if these facts, then ipso facto, this conclusion. It's all pretty simple to a lawyer. But what ShareIntel does is get that same data. Is it, my point is it under subpoena? Does it have a notary public? Is there a third party witness? I have no idea. But it's the same data. So you're exactly right. Wes Christian will build the fraud case, and these people. Okay, here's not legal advice helping me out. You would use and establish ShareIntel info using an expert. There you go. You'd need to have an expert bless it, not some YouTube jerk like me. The July, Alan from Alameda, the July calls her like lottery tickets if there's any unexpected rise. Well, now, Alan, you bring up a good point. In front of you guys, I bought August calls on Finger. But it's an interesting point, Alan. I probably could have bought a boatload of the calls that expire tomorrow. The 6s are 5 cents. You know how much I paid for those 6s? They're 5 cents tomorrow. But you have 1 day. The odds of it closing over $6 is very low tomorrow. I think it's going to close at $4 tomorrow. $4. Could be wrong. They only have two choices, $4 or $5, unless something dramatic happens. And I think it'll be $4. But it won't last. It's just a manipulation. Shillium fraud. Yeah. Just the facts, ma'am. But it's, tomorrow you could buy 100 calls for no money, and if it works, Eric, William, the FBI SWAT teams are pounding on your door. The jig is up. Thank you, Eric. Appreciate that. I don't think, Eric, anything I've said, I mean, there's occasions, but in general, on every video, I say this is not financial advice. It's all opinion and in my judgment. And if I have information that has a source, I give it. If I have opinions without source, I say that. So, Eric, thank you for sending the FBI SWAT teams. All right, Mark. So Mark is thinking tomorrow. I missed a bunch of questions. I'm not sure if you want to repost them, or I'll try to get to them. I didn't see them because I was blabbing. But Mark, I like that. I'm thinking tomorrow the opposite, that it'll go up to 6. I love that. It's entirely possible. It's entirely possible, Mark. My rationale, which, you should ask Pedro Philly or Ham, but my rationale is there's so many more calls out there than puts, although there are a lot of puts, that the best way for the options players and the option market makers to just steal the premium is to drive the price down and take all that call premium. But come Monday, it's a new game, new tennis court, new number one. So Pharaoh Nguyen, if under $4, it won't gamma squeeze. It's not in the money. I don't know. There's I don't think I can see the open interest, but let me just see if I can. Yeah, the open interest on the July 3 calls is 600. That's not a lot. On the July 4 calls, I mean, it's a lot, but it's not, The open interest on the July 4 calls are 2,659. That's really big. So if they could get it to close under 4, they wouldn't be in a trap. They wouldn't be caught in a trap. We can't get out because I love you so much, baby. So that's another reason why 4, they might try to get it under 4 or right at 4. The 5s, I don't know. I don't understand the quote. It says 2.0. So maybe the 5s have 2,000 or 2. I don't know. Or 200. I don't know. I understand that. The 6s, the open interest in the 6s are 3.3 thousand, 3,313. So that's what they've been doing, is just taking those calls out of their obligation book. But they're building, the right hand's giving the left hand the time bomb, because they're building up their naked short, their fake shares at Jefferies or somewhere else that have to be bought back. As soon as they try to buy back these shares, the stock's going up. Okay, Rocky Balboa, today's price action respects Elliott Wave by my eyes. No break of the top of wave 1 by the bottom of wave 4. If we won't close before 420. Okay, so he's saying wave 5 will be big tomorrow. Rocky, what I remember about Elliott Wave, I mean, there's 5 waves, but it can also be 7. It can also be 3, but there's 5 waves. Can you tell me, because I was trying to remember, I can't remember if wave 3 or wave 5 is typically the biggest wave. And I just can't remember. Or does that matter? Or does it matter? Because I saw maybe it was your post, but I think you're right. Wave 5 is coming, and it'll be swift. Oh, McCabe won't let Nextbridge fail. They 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 bought 100% of the project, so that's. Well, your dad, whoever was buying calls this week and lets the 4 and 6, in size, I assume you're mean, and lets the 4 and 6 expire worthless, may have missed a huge opportunity. Yes, but I assume they can do it again for August. But it's not over. Even though I'm saying prepare yourself, it's not over. Who's this? Eric. Maybe, just maybe, the Chinese whales and the other whales are waiting to Friday to really buy. Because they can't back it down, knock it back down by the end of the day. That's how you have to think. And to add your comment to the last gentleman and the one before, they could come in tomorrow and start buying calls in size, and they could buy the stock. And and maybe with the Elliott wave, maybe that's what they're going to do. Maybe that's what they're going to do. Yeah, I just bought. You have the 5s and 6 for August. By the time, yeah, Brendan, that's smart. I was yesterday explaining, maybe not in the best way, but I was explaining that even losing all your July premium on the close tomorrow, if you measure the August premium at that point, had you purchased the August calls at the same time you bought those July calls, you'd probably be down more in the August calls. But they'd be alive. They'd be alive. And the gentleman's question, your dad's question about they missed an opportunity, I think that applies to whomever has been buying these shares. I don't think it's just we. It's just so much. I think maybe they step back because they're pros and they'll let the shorts hang themselves, and maybe they wanted to buy more. But I just don't think they're going to wait all of August to continue buying. I think they're going to, because if they don't buy, the shorts can drive it back down. So I think there will be buying in August, and I think there will be blood. Okay, here's Rainier. Wave 3 is the most extended positive way. Wave 4 is correction. Wave 5 is the end of the cycle. Yeah, all right. That was what was bugging me. I thought it was wave 3. So wave 5, I don't have that graph in front of me. Wave 3 wasn't enormous. So wave 5 could only be 3 or 4 points. That's not so thrilling. But Elliott wave used to go to 7 waves. And there's exception to every wave. I don't know. We'll see. But I like your Elliott wave. Yes, exactly, your dad. The shares too. I I can't understand why they let this week go pear shaped, but they did. I didn't really expect it, but they must have a reason. What do we do with the special restricted dividend we received? I don't know. You can ask for delivery, put it in a put it in a frame over your desk and look at it. But I don't know. I'm kidding, but I don't know the restricted period. Normally, a normal United States securities market restriction, the legend, is 6 months. That's normal. I'm assume they put in piggyback rights so that we don't have to pay to get it registered. So if they have an offering, or if they release other shares, we can just go along with that. Um, the shares were distributed in February. I don't remember, but let's say it was February. So you don't have to do anything. Let's say March, April, May, June, July, August is the 6th month. In September, those shares will automatically become free to trade. They'll move from some weird CUSIP number in your account to being added to your position in your account, and you can trade them. Or you can call up your broker and have them delivered to you. Or you can call your broker and, if it's urgent, say, I have an emergency, I have to sell them. Is there any way you can make a market? And there are people out there that will buy restricted shares at an extreme discount. The stock's at 86 cents. And let's say you have 10,000 shares. So you got 1,000 restricted shares. If you called up one of these groups, it'll be a banker somewhere. It might be your own firm. They'll say, okay, we'll make a deal with you. You have to sign this note. We'll buy your restricted shares. You have to sign them over to us. The stock's what, 85 cents today? They might pay you 50 cents for that. They might pay you 40 cents for that. Why? Because they know, they have patience and they know how the market works. And when they get restricted shares, they understand that there's a legend on there. It's not a gimmick that's to screw you. They know that after 6 months or whatever the time frame is, that the restriction comes off and the stock will be free to trade, and in all likelihood it'll be up. Maybe it won't be up in the first few days, but at some point. Or they'll just get out, maybe they'll say to you, there's too much volatility, we'll pay you 40 cents. And they'll get out on the first day at 60 cents. There are people out there if you need to sell your restricted shares. You have to call your broker. They won't know anything if it's an online broker. It used to be Bear Stearns did a lot of that stuff. I can't think of a place to tell you to call, but you can call around if you really need to get out. But my guess is the 6-month restricted period will end sometime around September, give or take, and you can sell your shares. Yeah, they might be free to sell when GTII goes. That's true. I wish I knew the answer on the restriction. So that's something I should learn before I answer that question again. I don't know if they put a 6-month, 9-month, 1-year restriction. I don't know it. The standard is 6 months. I don't know about that tech. It could be soon. If Finger runs, Was it April? Okay, maybe it was April. I guess we have to look it up. We have to look it up. Always takes time. I apologize. I can't read your questions when I'm looking it up. But let's get this gentleman's question answered because it comes up quite a bit. This is, you can go to OTC markets. You can then scroll down to news. And they give you all the news stories. So when you have questions like that, you can find the answer. Okay, they extended the media. Okay. May 9, Global Tech Industries Group has successfully distributed its stock dividend. GTII announced today it has successfully distributed its 1 for 10 stock dividend to its shareholders. Issuances were made directly into the accounts of those shareholders who have been holding their shares at Liberty Stock Transfer. The remainder of the issuances for shareholders who hold their shares with brokers or brokerage houses were distributed by Liberty directly into the DTCC, which then transferred the shares to the individual brokerage firms that hold GTII stock. Those shareholders should contact their brokers directly to receive the stock dividend into their accounts. So May 9th. Let's assume the restriction was 6 months, because I think that's fair enough. May, June, July, August, September, October. Middle of October, you'll be able to trade the shares. Now, will you be trading real shares? Probably not. The market, the brokerage firms will let you sell it. They will then go out and buy in real shares if they need to, but they will give you cash from your sale, regardless of whether you have real or fake shares. That's a good point, Spiny. Yeah, 4/15. Okay, 4/15. So it'll be October 15th around. The rebuttal to, that's a good point, Spiny. The rebuttal article to Seeking Alpha would give whales an excuse to run up the stock. I think the earnings gave them that kind of excuse. One thing I've been thinking about is if there is a big, I don't know what to call it, investment group, whether it's a fund or large investors, it may take time to put the paperwork together to create the investment vehicle. And that might mean, what's today? I mean, it might take a couple weeks to do something like that, right? It's lawyers. It's the 20th. So maybe if there is, we're setting up a special purpose investment vehicle, the finger motion acquire stock to bust the shorts trust fund 2023. I'm making up the name. But if they're doing that, maybe it takes 2 or 3 weeks. So maybe it's August before we see some real buying. But I like your point. very much that research that comes out could give cover for buyers as well. I like that point. Oh my gosh, a tornado. What's your area? You know, there was a tornado in North Carolina. That's only 6 hours from D.C. In tornado time, that's not far away. And, you know, not to get, I won't talk about it too much, but I studied climate change quite a bit. And I'm no expert. But one of the things that stood out is that weather patterns will become destabilized. So all of our lives, we're used to having the Arctic air mass up there, and then in winters it stays up there, comes down a bit, but what we've been experiencing in Europe and here have been some weird collapses. And here in DC, for the first time I ever remember, we've had maybe 5 really miserable days. And we're in the middle, July's almost over. So it's really weird. That's one breakdown in weather patterns that could be caused by the climate change. There's less white ice up there to reflect the sun. The other is these events, like tornadoes and hurricanes, can become unpredictable and more powerful. So that's what I think of when I see these tornadoes outside of Kansas. They went to Chicago. It's not particularly normal. And I'll say one more thing, and then we'll go back to the stock, which a lot of people might not agree with. But on March 11th, 2011, Barack Obama gave a good speech, and he said that the United States of America had no risk from the Fukushima Daiichi disasters. But, he said, your responsibility as an American is to remain informed. So I've taken him up on that. I've done the best I could. But there's not much information out there. But one of the things, radiation has been pouring into our atmosphere, and it comes over to the United States and the troposphere, because they've been spraying the coriums, and there's 3. There may be more, but there's 3 complete meltdowns, and each meltdown is 3 times the size of Chernobyl. They've been spraying seawater on top to keep it cool, and it evaporates, goes up in the troposphere, and comes over here. The point I'm making, radiation is energy. And if there's a lot of energy in our atmosphere now, in our waters, that energy gets into tornadoes and gets into hurricanes. Anyway, let's get back to the stock. Living in Kansas, we are used to them. People here like to watch and then hit the basement. Yeah, Mark, one of my friends in Kentucky built a beautiful home, and he built one of those, I don't know, you go downstairs and it's got a big, huge door open up and you go in. Whatever that's. Yeah, Moody, it's very scary. It's 300 to 400 tons every single day that they admit to, that's like, what, 400 elephants a day that are radioactive being dumped into the ocean. Look at what the founder of the Weather Channel said, the scientist. Bunker. Yeah, there's another word for it. He had a different word. But yes, a bunker. Yes, not legalized. Remember, in climate change, our personal experience may be deceiving as our lifespans are in blink of eye. No, and not legal advice. I think there's great merit to the idea that the earth can fight back, which then implies that we're but an organism they're fighting back against. Also, there's some things going on in the solar system and our closeness to the sun, sunspots, all of that. That's all true. But some of the scary stuff is if we're wrong and the climate change is real, the soil we have is based on the temperatures we have. 50% of the world's oxygen comes from plankton and the small microscopic fish in the oceans. And if that disappears, it's some scary stuff. But not legal advice. I do think sometimes, in past civilizations, they seem to construct a lot of what they built with stone. Was that so it would survive so we could see it? Or was climate different back then? We take for granted this relatively calm climate. Maybe a lot of people lived underground. Maybe climate was different. Maybe winds were stronger. Who knows? You're right, though. Well, there was one guy, and I think it was James Lovelock. It could have been somebody else, but my memory was James Lovelock. He said the Americans will start to try climate engineering. That's what he said. The Americans will try to engineer the climate. And that was 20 some years ago, and I think it's true. It looks like we are trying to engineer the climate. He was quite alarmist, but then as he got older, he changed his mind. He said what we need to do is live in our cities and air condition them. He also thinks one of his big things was that we need to leave at least a third, maybe more, of the planet alone. Leave the trees, leave the animals, leave the soil, don't try to develop the whole planet, because the planet, in his judgment, is a living, breathing organism, or at least behaves that way. And so he kind of, for example, thought Chernobyl, I don't want to quote him exactly on this, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but the way I interpret what he would say is he would find that Chernobyl, by opening up a big expanse left to nature, even though it's radioactive, might be a good thing. Well, God is in charge of weather, so we have to clean up our act, Woody. In Greenland, there was a period of time where there was some warmth in Europe. And the Danes went and made cities and farmed and thought, hey, this is great. Well, then the climate changed. The weather changed. Weather, climate's different than weather, which is not legal advice's point. Climate has duration. Weather, it's more, did you bring your umbrella? But anyway, the people that started those cities were Christian. They had churches, and they started, as the weather went against them, they started kneeling before the altar, going to church and praying to God. But it didn't change anything. I think you're right, but I think also that these big forces that science informs us of are there. And maybe what God gave us is our brains and our ability to see it so we can react to it and adjust our situation. It's all psyop to get you to accept communism. Well, I don't know about that. I don't think it's about getting us to accept communism. I think what's happening in the United States over the last 40 some years, and it might be the baby boomer generation, but it's a lot of self-centeredness, a lot of getting our pleasure now, and taking from future to enjoy things now. I think it really is summed up by the lawyerization of everything. There's no real right and wrong anymore. It's just what you can get away with. What is the definition of is? Can a bee be said to be, or half? Can half a bee be said to half be or half not be? Semi-carnally, Eric the half a bee. So we have gone through a period of time of self-indulgence. And I think it's not communism that's going on. I think the banks are international banks. I think their principals live behind the fort walls, and most of them went to the same schools. Most of them know each other. Most of them come from certain dynasties. But if others are lucky enough to make it up to the top, they don't want to rock the world, their world. And it's all about taking money off our economy on an international basis. And they can live in Switzerland, they can live in New Zealand, they can live anywhere. They're not American banks. I think this applies in the pharmaceutical area, in the agriculture area, and the biggest area is in weapons, in war. But we don't enforce the Sherman Antitrust Act at all anymore. Media has gone from thousands of outlets to BlackRock, basically. So I don't think it's communism. Now, is the CCCP taking over? Possibly. But I think it's I think it's a level of greed and stripping of wealth by the top 0.5% in the United States. I think that's what's going on. It's a oligarchy, maybe. It's a lot like a third world run by a dictator. There's no dictator. I'm not saying that, but there's the banks, the military-industrial complex, the pharmaceutical industry, and seeds that you have to buy from Monsanto every year because you can't. They don't last beyond a year. Something that makes up 0.04% of our atmosphere going up to 10% makes no difference. Weather is affected by the sun and volcanic. Well, that's, yeah, maybe. But there's if you care, there's a book called, the title of it is Carbon. That's the title of it, Carbon. I think it's written by Eric Rostov, Eric something. And it's a fascinating book. It just takes a look at carbon from the Big Bang through to today. It's a fascinating book. But one thing I would suggest to you, your dad, is that the planet took eons to suppress, to bury carbon. And whatever way you believe, one way or the other, there's no question that humankind, led by Northern Europe and the United States, have taken on a massive experiment in the span of basically almost 200 years. We've decided we're going to put as much carbon back up in the atmosphere as it took eons for the earth to bury, for the planet to bury. I don't know, it's just an experiment. I'm not saying what way it'll come out. Who pays the scientists? I don't know. I think it depends. I don't think it's monolithical. And I think there's a lot of honest scientists. And I would rather trust the hard work of a scientist over... One day I was at a bar. I was reading the book by Jim Hansen called Storms of My Grandchildren. And I was sitting with some high ups in the Bush administration and a couple of Republicans. And I was in a suit, and it was a nice bar. So I turned my book over. I didn't want to cause any arguments. And the young woman, dressed to the nines, probably in her late 20s, early 30s, she was a secretary for the press, or a press. She was the press. She wasn't the one you see on TV, but she's one of these press people for, I think, either NASA or for the State Department, or for one of these interfaces. She had a pretty good job. And the book was down, and we were talking about all sorts of things, and I was trying to keep my political views to myself. And then she said, "Oh, what book are you reading?" And I said, "No, nothing. I just say." And before I could get the book, she turned it over, and she said, "Oh, we know about him. We know James Hansen." I said, "Oh, you do? Do you like him? He speaks truth to power. He spoke up against both the Reagan administration and the Clinton administration. He works for NASA. He really, oh, we know all about him, but we don't listen to him." I said, "Why?" She works for President George W. Bush, high up. "We don't listen to him." I said, "Why not?" "Because he's a scientist." That's what she said. "We don't listen to him because he's a scientist." I'd rather listen to the scientists, thank you very much. The Earth could fight back by volcanic, but then what's our society like if we have to go through 4 or 5 years of no sunlight? I don't know. I agree that what I agree is let's not talk about it anymore. That's right, the Brazil show. The star of the Chernobyl series looked radiant. I don't quite know, but yeah. Sorry, we got off track. The U.S. Brazil show has been infiltrated by all its foreign enemies over the last 40 years, and now they're in the government, police departments, schools, financial areas, and are destroying a country. Yeah, it's one argument. Shakespeare, big fan of lawyers. We need lawyers too. I don't say prayers don't change anything. I'm just saying you can't always get what you want. But if you pray sometime, you might just find you get what you need. There you go, Spiny. Tell you for the fact every Florida the years are hotter. You're right. I notice in DC we haven't had not legal advice. Do you think climatic events are influencing Fingers price action? Yes, I think that Jupiter is conjunct Mercury in the fifth house, and Virgo is rising over the lunar trine. I have no idea. You just said something. Here in DC, we haven't had a bang up winter since about 1980. I want to say 1983, 84. You have to follow the science. I love it, Crazy World. As someone who has traveled the world surfing and diving, everyone I have met believes climate change is happening. It's just in the United States people don't believe it. Iceland just had a major volcanic eruption. It's not nice to make. Yes, a meteor will bring you darkness. But first, a little light. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I'm not saying I know what climate change is going to cause. I just say it's a big experiment. That's all I say. And I think gases do trap heat. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. There's smarter people out there. Southern Spain, though, has changed. But it's not hopeless. There's answers. There's answers. It's not hopeless. So it's 5:31. I don't know what else to talk about. Um, so I don't know if it's a waste of time to continue to pretend our life will never end. Let's see how the stock is trading in the after hours. I don't know the name of the structure in Alaska. Well, that's true, Mark. If Mount St. Helens put more carbon in the atmosphere, I'm not sure that statistic's correct. But if it's true, wouldn't it mean we shouldn't be putting any in the atmosphere? I'm not a big look. Where I come down on climate change, and this will upset some people. I think as it relates to oil and gas, humankind is going to burn oil and gas and wood. We're just going to do it. I just think we have to leave coal in the ground. But we're not going to leave the coal in the ground. But that's what I think. We have to leave the remaining coal in the ground and then live on the oil and gas and wood and all that. I think we have to change some of our lifestyles too. But I'm not it's not worth it to get into a fight over climate change. It's just not worth it because we're not going to change it in our conversation here. Well, that's the other thing, James, which goes unsaid. Since that time frame, LA's fine, but I'm making my way back. I am myself. It's down. It's down. I see it down 5 cents. 450 to 453. I like the gentleman who said that Elliott wave means it could go up tomorrow. I like that. That's entirely possible. The market tries to do what you don't expect. And that would be great. That would be absolutely great. Do you think it's a wildfire in Canada? I'm not sure what fire it is, but I'm not sure it's a. Wow, your electric bill was $25. That's amazing. I have solar panels on my roof. Yes, glad hand Deb, the planet has been warming up and cooling down since the beginning. But to me, that's not really the question. You sound like my friend who's an archaeologist. He would talk in terms of 10,000, 50,000 years. But our lifespans are, and even the human experience as a species isn't very long. I think the real question is, how can we make sure that we can remain alive on the earth? What the heck happened on Finger? It's down 10 cents. I don't think it's a lot of volume. I can't tell what the volume is after hours, but tomorrow the options expire, so you're in a period of time where the price of the options and the price of the stock will be manipulated by the option traders separate from the shorts. It happens in every stock. It happens in every thinly traded stock. I've already said that I think, that the Finger could close at $4 tomorrow. Offsetting that by this gentleman who I like Elliott wave theory, by the way. I've never been particularly good at counting it because you have to recognize the patterns. But if you see it, I think it's an extremely effective tool. So he's saying that the fourth wave could end tomorrow, and we could see the fifth wave up tomorrow, starting tomorrow. So that'd be really good. Yeah, it's like DWAC. It could run. Somebody was telling me a story on a different stock. Oh, I know what it was. I won't say her name, but Carvana ran. These stocks can run. These stocks can run. All right, it's 5:37. I'm going to go to 6 o'clock. Um, Carbon isn't the only problem. Heavy metals are coming down with rain and snow. That's true. The other thing is, HARP. Yeah, it's one thing. I didn't study that because I thought this is crazy land. But HARP seems to be important. But I didn't ever really study it. I don't really want to be, a kook. All right, so need to know what the algos are planning, Mark. I actually think what we need more than the algos is for finger is if there's a big buyer, somebody's been buying. If there's a big buyer, if there's a follow through on that buying, I think that's all we need. And then maybe a margin call, which leads to a buy in. Well, Millennial, I didn't know DWAC got hit with bad news and the stock's up in the after hours. What I think is happening, it hasn't happened in our stocks yet, but I think short squeezes are going on. I think when money costs percentages instead of free, I don't know, is it 3%, 5%? When liquidity is drying up, when banks are in trouble, when the stock market is going up. And so a lot of people all believe that, and I have to say, anyway, I won't give myself any credit, but the market's going up. I think these short side funds, these short funds, the money that's been dedicated to the downside, whether it's legal or illegal, they're in a world of pain. So news unless it is dramatically game changing, unless it's out of left field, news doesn't usually change the price of a stock, whether it's bad or good news. Unless it's unexpected, unless it's completely unexpected, or it's contrary to the theme. But if the market has been hearing that Apple's new earnings are going to be down, most people have already sold their positions or taken methodologies to protect their long positions. And when it's finally announced, there can be the stock can actually go up. So I don't know what exactly happened there. My guess is the shorts are still in trouble. 1, 2, that it was anticipated news and maybe it was. Let's look up what the news was. And the stock had been down before. 17, it's up 29 cents. The news is Digital World Acquisition trying to merge with Trump's media company is charged with fraud. These charges come 3 weeks after they had reached a settlement with the SEC over the alleged fraud claims. Well, on the face of it, that doesn't look great. So I would say that whoever's buying doesn't see much risk in that, or they're covering a short position. They're just getting out. You'll the trading tomorrow morning will tell the tale. My main little stock got whacked right down, then reverse split. Low lifes, no chance, drone co app 4. That question I have a hard time answering. Hey, Skydog. Any chance they can hold up finger past August 18th? Absolutely. Absolutely. They can make, they could sell it off for 5, 6, 8 more weeks, but they're just burying themselves. I don't think they can, but they could. You can't deny it. And if most people go on vacation, maybe their selling has more impact. So yes, it's possible that Finger could be lower by August 18th. How likely is that? I personally would give that 5 to 10% likelihood, 15% at the most. I don't think it's going to happen. You know, if the story stays the same, if something changes that's out of the blue, we have to adapt. But look, when you make an investment on a macro level, micro, on an industry level, economic level, country level, even a demographic level, you make a decision. Where is money going to be made in the next 5, 10, 20 years? Young populations, highly educated populations, perhaps urban, but perhaps rural, large middle classes that are aspiring to be upper middle class, hardworking populations that never stop working, that sacrifice, countries that have been accruing foreign reserves, accruing assets, building out the technologies and the plants and the factories and the systems to survive, listening to scientists, for example. Countries that are buying resources around the world to make sure that their economic miracle can continue. Where are those countries? Where are the young countries? Well, Southeast Asia, China, that's a good place to start. So that's on a country level, on an economic level. What industries do you want to be in the next 5, 10, 15 years? Well, this artificial intelligence seems to be a big thing right now. Computers and the internet and digital, DeFi and Bitcoin, all these technological advances seem to be where the growth is. I'd like to be with that. Okay. What would be wonderful is if we could find a third world country in terms of home ownership, in terms of health insurance, life insurance, home insurance, driving insurance. But if we could find a third world country that really isn't a third world country, that's already a first world country because they've built their infrastructure, they've built a housing stock, they've built their middle class, and they've built out their 5G phone systems. Wouldn't it be great to find a third world country in the sense that their insurance business is virgin and could explode in volume, but at the same time they're really a first world country, so they're already using roads and houses and they're trying to live longer? Wouldn't that be great? But where is a country like that? Wouldn't it be great to find a third world country who hasn't yet had telephones, and they're going to skip the landlines, they're going to skip the physical banks, and they're going to jump right into the modern phones with 5G. They're not going to have cash. They're going to use their version of Apple Pay, their version of Apple Care. Wouldn't it be great to find a third world nation where that is just ready to go? But wait a minute, there aren't any, are there? Well, maybe a third world nation in that sense, but it's a first world nation in its technologies. Is there a country like that in the world? And, to throw, what would be massive? I would love to invest in, Dominican Republic, but it's too small. What would be great? Wouldn't it be great if we could find a third world country who has a huge population and their bond markets and security markets have already gone through the initial stages and are well developed, and they're doing international trade, and their currency could even become part of a basket of an alternative to the US dollar? There aren't any third world countries like that, are there? How about a first world? You can't find a first world country where there's still an opportunity in insurance, in applying big data against a large population, and one in which the people are still aspiring to wealth and working hard and are using mobile phones and 5G and internet. We can't find a country like that in the world that's still virgin in terms of the insurance business and the device protection plans, can we? We can't find that. That doesn't exist in the world. Normally, we'd have to go to a third world country. We'd have to go through the corruption and probably have to go through 2 decades of development. And there's a lot of risk. There cannot be a country in the world which is set up as if it were a virgin third world economy, all ready for the modern money-making industries of insurance, Netflix, device protection, and top-up businesses, and advertising, and artificial intelligence. There can't be an underdeveloped country that exists that is virgin for these markets. It's not the UK. It's not Germany. It's not the United States. It's not Canada. It's not Australia. But if we go to Rwanda or The Congo, there's way too much risk. Who knows what's going to happen? There can't be a country in the world where these industries are set to launch and just take off and then rival in size not only the United States version of those industries, maybe the worldwide volumes and profits of those industries. There isn't a country like that, is there? Can't be. I can't think of one. And is there a company who has been working with the major telecoms and building up the data, building up trust with the government for over a decade, and building up a robust platform that never fails, processing the payments, gathering the data? Is there a company ready for that? I don't know. It'd be very hard to find. Very hard to find. A company that's already done the work of the licensings, already done the work of the contracts, already proven concept, already made relationships with three major so far, insurance companies of the world. Does that place can't exist? Well, I think it does. I think it's China, and I think it's Finger. And I think if you don't want to buy calls, don't buy calls. If you don't want to buy the stock right now, you don't have to buy the stock right now. But you are seeing, you're judging the investment on what the criminals are doing in the short run. They're in desperate straits and they'll do anything. But if you're only looking on that, you're missing, in my judgment, one of the opportunities to buy a stock that you can put aside and never think about again. I'd like to do that. I'd like to own the stock. So I think what I just described in my own facetious way is what big pools of money are going to, the aha moment's going to come. Are you telling us I'm sure there's other companies, but are you telling us we can invest in a company that can not only grow exponentially itself, but the very market it's going into will grow exponentially? And that market is safe. What's safer than insurance? What's safer than flipping top up money at a discount? What's safer than subscription models for Netflix? What's safer than having a toll booth as consumers wake back up out of China and start buying online? They get a fee for managing or directing that trade. I don't know. I don't know why we're being Eeyore. I think we should be saying, my gosh, they drove it back down again? I want to buy. That's what I think we should be saying. Yes. You have a pet fish named Eric. Yes. I name all my pets Eric. I have a menagerie. Eric the Hoffa Bee. Mexico was that country, but I know Mexican silverback. Mexico was, but corruption destroyed it. I think I still have a lot of hope for Mexican silverback, because the Permian Basin doesn't stop. First, there were the dinosaurs. Anyway, that Rio Grande, I don't think that's a significant barrier to oil and gas. So I think Mexico has a bright future ahead of it. You can't keep buying when you're balls deep. Sure enough, Spiny, don't buy anymore. In fact, if you're balls deep, sell. Get out some. Take some money off the table. But I don't agree with you. Tomorrow, I'm not telling you to do it. Please don't do it. But tomorrow, you could buy a bunch of calls for $100 tomorrow. But you lose the money. The odds of it making money very low. But you can always add a little bit. But don't, Spiny. Just get out. If your ball's deep, sell a little bit. Try a different trade. But I think you will be rewarded for your patience in Finger. I do. Particularly if you own the stock. The lowest a call can go is 0. But on E-Trade, they won't let you pay 0.01, 0.02. At least I haven't experienced that. Maybe on other platforms, you can buy it for a penny. But not, I haven't been able to do that. When I could do it for myself, I could do that. But I guess that's how it's set up now. Maybe that, I don't know the answer. On E-Trade, I've only been able to do it in nickel increments. Was I an AMC? No, but I of course, followed it and watched the news. But I decided that was the squeeze. What you saw and didn't sell, that was it, in my opinion. Now, they crushed it. Because they had the power. They had the power that Lynn Partners doesn't. They let it run up. People bought more and more and more and more and more. And then they sold it back down. Everything you heard about they lost money, they made it all back. Now, certain individuals might have been wiped out. But I just decided, and I still feel this way, I don't see AMC and GME doing anything for now. Now, that can change. And Ham is starting to think that they can squeeze again because the overall environment is changing. There still is a big naked short position. And just because Ken Griffin, when he's leveraged up and greedy, it looks like a triple trillionaire. He can go down faster than Charlie Brown kicking the football if everything goes against us in the markets. There you go, James. Last time I sold some, the stock went up 30 cents. That's how it is. All right, your broker can use a penny. For whatever reason, E-Trade hasn't let me do it, but maybe it will. I don't know. So find a broker that'll let you trade in pennies. I'd like to buy a license for my pet fish, Eric. He's an halibut. You have a pet halibut named Eric? Yes, I chose him out of the thousands. The rest were too flat. Do you feel like you've lost faith in our system? Not just the market, but everything else. It's just so broken they don't care because they know and get away with it. Yes, Millennial. Millennial, I've lost faith in the system. Having said that, my faith is renewed enormously by you and everybody on the calls and on the 200,000 people in all the spaces and all that. That is a real positive. I think the United States still has its Constitution, and more than its Constitution, it has, I think, I'm not going to remember the Gettysburg Address, 20 years ago, our forefathers brought forth a nation on this continent or whatever, conceived in liberty and based on the notion that all men were created equal. Well, that's not in our Constitution, but Lincoln made it part of our Constitution because of his speech. And so that's almost the 11th Bill of Rights. Or the first, because it should be first. So the United States still has its ideals. It still treats, so far, it still treats individuals as individuals. But if we go much further, we could lose that. But I still think we have that. The legal system still stands erect, strong, mostly fearless, and as an avenue where people can get the truth and they can get recompense for wrong, and causes can be pursued. So our legal system still stands above. I think this whole internet experience has replaced journalism. And I think there are people out there who are fearless and are willing to explore information, make conclusions, make the wrong conclusions, adapt their conclusion when there's more evidence. But there's the journalistic process going on in the United States. I think young people aren't buying a lot of what older people are telling them. So I think there is hope in the United States. But I think I had a friend who said that everything's cyclical, and maybe it's true. Maybe we'll swing back the other way. But yes, I've lost faith in our systems. But I also, and maybe it's part of the reason I try to do this, I also wonder, is it just because so many people who were in our systems have retired or died? And maybe it's just that we can't look up anymore. We have to look in the mirror. And maybe it's we who have to effect the implementation of what's right and wrong. I don't know. I don't know the USA has been sold out to the World Economic Forum, just like the UK and Europe. I don't know about that. I think there's an attempt to maybe to do something along those lines, but I don't think it's happened yet. I do think a lot of our industry and our capacity to produce has moved elsewhere, and that's been going on a long time. So we're going to have to start over, perhaps. And this will change, I'm sure, because it is changing. But people still want to come to the United States. I don't know they want to move to Korea or China or Russia, although I would consider some of that. So it's not over. As my mother used to say, a collie down is not a collie out. I think it came from Lassie. A collie down is not a Kali out. What I realized is every stock that is supposed to squeeze goes up only halfway the previous highest. Well, could be. Look, the system, my opinion, I can't prove this, but I think the shorts and the lawyers that support the shorts, like Robert Nadich at Power Up Lending, and there's one over at Lynn Partners, and then the so-called investment banks like Benchmark that funnel the business to them, and then the so-called investment advisors who provide money to the stocks after the shorts have crushed the stocks, like they did with COSM and they did with a lot of other companies. I think they all work together. If they don't know each other, I think they realize that it's in their best interest to try to help each other out, because this is the golden goose of all golden gooses. Escobar was in the wrong business. Escobar made billions and maybe more, so much money that he had to move money in the dark of night into the bottoms of the big U.S. banks to keep them solvent, the basement floors, to keep them solvent, move all that cash. But he ended up in a security max prison. What if he just set up Power Up Lending or the Lynn Partners or Yorkville Advisors, and then Goldman Sachs captured Gary Gensler, and his indifference spread down to the bottom of the SEC. And then FINRA was just populated with people who couldn't make it in the brokerage business. They were good at academia, and they got straight A's maybe. They could be convinced to just suck up all the way to the top to Robert Cook, who doesn't do anything anyway, and it all leads back to Gensler. And no one goes to jail. And if you steal trillions, you don't go to jail, much less a security max. You don't have armies coming after you with guns. Just Escobar, if he has a grandson, they should just move to New York, set up a hedge fund, contribute to the SEC, go over to Goldman Sachs Prime Broker, quietly ask if they can be taught how to set up toxic convertible notes, how to set up traps in there, make sure the over-the-counter market never gets any sponsorship, and you could make trillions in the U.S. market without any risk of going to prison. Escobar made the wrong decision in life. That's right. When you look the other way, I'm trying not to look the other way. Canada has ideals, but I would say A. Thank you, Nuts Diamond McNuts. They continue to. I wish I had a dime for every dime I have. Yeah, they can dig a deeper hole. Why you say against us? That would be against them. I forget what I said. I know that's annoying, but I forget what I said. I don't know what the answer is in all this, because the United States has a lot of debt, and we have a lot of infrastructure problems. So I don't know what the answer is going to be, but there will be an answer. Let it be. Let it be. In times of darkness, Mother Nature comes to me, singing words of wisdom. Let it be, let it. Mother Mary. Don't forget Alpine. Yeah, Alpine's important. The letter to this, I don't have it. I didn't print it out, or I did, but I don't have it in front of me. The letter that Eli Crane wrote, and then another, the guy running for senator in West Virginia also wrote. I think it's tremendous. I don't think this stuff is going to be put under the under the rug again. And I'm a little worried in the case of MMTLP. I described what I tried to do. It didn't work. After Quinn Taman asked me, I described it. But it didn't work. So I think MMTLP can take a long, long time. And maybe it's time to do an organized video on that. But NextBridge is increasing in value. And the more that letters like Eli Crane's goes out, it puts the fraud where it should be. I personally think most of FINRA did not understand what was going on. I think it was just somebody that said, okay, I'll approve it. She didn't understand. I think most people on Wall Street don't understand. So I think the fraud is committed by the fraudsters. And yes, it's important to blame FINRA, but I don't think we're being reasonable. They received phone calls, I'm sure, from broker-dealers saying it is impossible for us to trade this in these 2 days. And so I think it would have been better if the SEC had approved it sooner, and then FINRA, and then maybe there was a couple of weeks to get prepared. But, FINRA gave its approval, I think, on Wednesday afternoon, started trading Thursday. Broker-dealers are like, what the? You got to give us more guidance here. That's what I think happened. And so, yeah, we can get all angry at FINRA. We can get all angry at the SEC, and I do. But at the ultimate, Torchlight started as an idea, a geologist, a great CEO, friends and family, angel round. They go to the markets, and the markets destroyed the company by counterfeiting shares. Counterfeiting. Torchlight is saying, well, what can we do? We've got an asset. It's our shell. So they sell that to MMAT. MMAT takes the shell gratefully, good company, and one public company goes to another public company. The solution FINRA has is just move the short over to the other one, because all those fake IOU, all those fake certificates and IOUs in your brokerage account that say Torchlight, they can be fake IOUs and counterfeits that say MMAT. What's the diff? But MMAT didn't want to own an oil and gas project in Texas. So they distributed that as one would. to get it off the balance sheet, and they put it into shareholders' accounts, or that's what happened, but they distributed it to shareholders, as one would do. We're going to distribute our non-core assets to shareholders. But it wasn't in a public company. It was in a private company. It wasn't even a company probably at that point. It was just a distribution of a package of ownership documents. These are the leases. These are the percentages. These are the obligations. And these are some of the wells that are producing. And here's the revenue. It's probably just some files in a lawyer's and accountant's office at that point. I don't know. But they created Metamaterials Limited Partners Trust or something like that. And they distribute it. Just a piece of paper, non-public, a representation of ownership. And it was put in people's accounts because that's where the shares were. Well, no problem. Until the back offices started noticing that they had to deliver these MMTLP real shares to the shareholders, and that MMTLP had a business plan. It had assets, and they couldn't buy it. They couldn't stuff the accounts. So what did the broker-dealers do? They start calling, hey, Vinny, you told us these trades would settle. We need you to settle up. Hey, Sally, how about that failed to deliver? We've been accommodating you for 6 months now. It's time to deliver. And then nothing happens. And so maybe Goldman Sachs starts calling their clients. Hey, pals, the eyes that, this is happening. We need to fix this. Well, we're doing our best. All right, we'll give you a little more time. So the shorts in Torchlight, who moved their position over to MMAT, had to find a solution for this, in effect, special dividend of a private asset that they couldn't deliver. So they set up, probably in Germany, MMTLP Trading, sold one share somehow in the United States, and that opens the floodgates. Then they can sell as much as they want from offshore. But they took documents they found online and they submitted MMTLP for trading. The SEC approved it. FINRA approved it. FINRA is just a stepsister of the SEC, by the way. And so it started trading. All of a sudden, John Berta sees in his account something that sat fallow suddenly has $2 value. And people are getting excited. Hey, this represents real value. And the market did what markets are supposed to do. They start testing for what is the value here. Started at $1. I had a friend tell me, you should be buying this, 80 cents, $1. I didn't. I waited till almost $8 to buy mine. I didn't trust it, and then I thought, wow, that is a good asset. But the buying, the market starts doing its job. Information, bad information, good information, a transparent market like Goober Gensler says. We don't have, though. You have bids and asks. You have fools and brainiacs. You have honest people and dishonest people. But the point is, by the time they are all bidding and offering against each other, you start coming up with a fair price. Well, the criminals did this because they could not deliver this distribution. And they were under massive pressure, probably to deliver a billion of these distribution units. So their answer was, a la FINRA, carry the short over into the new company. If it's public, you can do it. How? Because in your accounts are electronic shares. How do you know the difference between an IOU and a real share? You don't. To me, they just are trying to use fractional reserve banking concepts, and they're able to increase their assets under management tenfold, 100-fold. And as long as people don't all ask for the certificate at one time, they're earning more fees, more commission, more interest, more lending of shares. They're the bee's knees. But it's leveraged. The whole system is massively leveraged. And it's coming apart at the seams. They're trying to hold it up, but it won't last. And even the dumbest congressman will figure this out when California Teachers Pension Union loses $100 billion because they invested in, I don't know, airline stocks or Apple, and it happens to them. But what happened with MMTLP was that the criminals said the way to get out of hot water is for us to make this non-public entity public. Then we can just move 1 billion IOUs over from Torchlight was 1 billion shares short. Part of it went to MMAT, but the distribution of whatever this Torchlight Ora Grande, now we can just send that over to a publicly traded. FINRA won't know anything, and hey, we can keep shorting. And that's what happened. I don't think they ever expected that their front men, because they have them, their smiling faces, couldn't get management to accept a new deal, to accept some sort of crappy financing so they could continue to keep it public, continue to tighten the noose, continue to thieve. Management said, no way, we're not doing any more business, we're staying private. So they kicked it down the road, but they didn't kick it forever. So that's where we are with MMAT. And I like Eli Crane's congressman's letter because it calls it out. The fraud is in every one of these stocks. What's the difference? FINRA is saying, oh, just move it over because they don't know any better. Move the short over to Nextbridge. They're clueless. Jim Cramer is saying caveat emptor like a punk. Joe Angel is saying, they're just a bunch of Bernie bros. The guy at Forbes is saying it's not a thing, because it is a thing. They want Congress to think this doesn't happen. What MMTLP is showing, they just need a little 8-year-old boy in the parade to yell out, hey, the emperor's not wearing any clothes. They need one congresswoman to yell out, hey, are you telling me that the system, the spinning wheel stopped here? And it shows that for a decade, they were selling shares of Torchlight and MMTLP and MMAT that didn't exist. And just because the music stopped, we now can see it. We just need that congresswoman to make the leap. Are you telling me they're doing that in all stocks? Are they doing that particularly in small over-the-counter stocks? They're where there's no research. There's no coverage. There's no buying. There's no institutional support. Brokerage firms, if you bring the stock in, tell you to sell the stock. There's no oversight. The SEC's captured. Gensler doesn't care. And on top of that, are you telling me, if I understand this correctly, this congresswoman yells out that they sold all this stock and they moved the money to the Cayman Islands and into Germany and they didn't pay any taxes? And am I to understand in MMAT it's 1 billion shares, which represents not just MMTLP, which is the lie that some of these witnesses are telling me, but it represents the shares they sold in Torchlight back when. So are you telling me 1 or 2 billion shares at $10? Are you telling me all that money went offshore? It's not even staying in Texas? Are you telling me this is happening in every stock? That's what you need one congresswoman to say. And it's all over. It's all over. But it hasn't happened yet. Stephen Nelson, not to do with stocks. How can I be affiliated with a party who tries to destroy a good man like RFK Jr.? It's nothing short of despicable. Well, as he says, he's been a Democrat all of his life, and he's dedicated his life to that party. He's still a Democrat. I remembered the Democratic Party when it was different. I remember it, I was a kid, but I remember it when it had the legacy of the Kennedys. And I remember it when Jimmy Carter was president. And I remember it when you had, great people running. I think the Democratic Party went off the rails. I can't say it. I'm not going to say it. But it went off the rails, and so it's changed. It's something I have to consider because I've told you before, but the ideals of that Democratic Party I stood for, the working class, the middle class, the idea that everyone should have an opportunity for education, whether it's book smart or trades, civil rights, equality of opportunity. I happen to believe that the United States government has done a lot of good in the world. And so I think there is a role for government. And I think equality for women, for minorities, and now for whites, which basically means everybody should have the same opportunities. I'm not so keen on the same results because that's hard to figure out. But everybody should have the same opportunities up to a point. And the Democratic Party used to be anti-war, although there were some wars that it seemed to emphasize. It used to be the party of peace. Anyway, I may have some thinking to do about it, or maybe we just need to start over with completely different parties. I agree, by the way, that what they did to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. today was inexcusable, absolutely inexcusable. I think RFK Jr. is an honorable. There's some things he did in his youth that I'm either jealous of, or think or think he was a little bit jerky about. But I think he is a courageous man. He's got integrity. I think his father would be proud of him. I think his mother proud of him. Uh, uh, I'm proud of him, and I think RFK Jr. is a statesman, and I do think that how he was treated today was shameful. Well, I think the GOP. See, I got to be careful, but there's only one or two people. I think the GOP is all rhinos. So what does that mean? I'm not even sure what that means. But no, I don't want to be in a party with Mitch McConnell or that guy, the billionaire, half a billionaire from Utah, or you know, no, it's. I'm not thrilled. I'm not keen on independent because we're a two-party country. I don't know the answer. I just haven't been able to come to grips with ever saying I'm a Republican. Um, but I try to be honest in how I assess things, and I try to speak out when my party's wrong. So I don't know that senators should get term limits. I agree with your sentiment, but I think it would be half the answer. I use Teddy Kennedy as an example. As he stayed in power, he became powerful, and he could stand against the lobbyists. And he had a staff that could write responses to lobbyists and review laws. If you constantly have green or rookie senators, you're giving all the power to the lobbyists, in my judgment. If you have a system where every senator or congresswoman is a rookie and then a lame duck. If they're then a lame duck, they have no power. You're giving all the power to lobbyists, and I don't want to live in a government where the lobbyists control everything. Well, it doesn't help that classical liberal Democrats are now moderates. I think we paid a heavy price for Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton and the third way. The third way. We paid a hell of a price for that. And we haven't gotten over it. That was about winning. That wasn't about championing the ideals of the Democratic Party. That was just simply about winning. And the compromises, it's a long road on our horizon. There's a lot of compromising on the road to our horizon. That was a lot of compromising. And we have never recovered, ever. I'm a capitalist. Yeah, but I don't think we have capitalism right here. We have an unfair, unlevel playing field. Certain people have more information than the rest of us. Just look at when they bailed out the banks. The first one in was Goldman Sachs. The second one in was, I think, J.P. Morgan. It might have been Morgan Stanley. But Goldman had access to all of the positions that were in trouble at Shearson, Lehman, at Bear Stearns. Does that give them advantages? Of course it does. You didn't get to see that. You didn't get to buy bonds at 10 cents. That's not capitalism. That's not capitalism. All right. I'm going to go. There aren't very many Republicans in D.C. There are some. D.C. is a good town for politics. People are pretty good. What's that? I was feeling frustrated about recent losses, but holy cow, Shelby White just lost $69 million seized. I'm sorry for that. Artifact. I don't even know. I have to admit, it catches me off guard, but that's a lot of quid. Well, how do you, Deacon Blues, how do you come out ahead when you have to insist you're not anti-Semitic? The last thing Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is anti-Semitic. But how do you come out ahead when you have to defend? I'm not anti-Semitic. I don't beat my wife. It's just a terrible position to be in. He's not anti-Semitic. A Trump-Kennedy ticket, it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen because Trump would never put somebody on the ticket that will distract the cameras away from Trump. He just won't do it. And I say that respectfully. He knows it. He knows it. Kennedy, I don't think, would ever be number 2 to Trump, but it might be. Who knows? If Kennedy came in and told Trump I would do that, it might be. I think a Trump, I like Vern Jordan, not Vern Jordan, Jones, Vern Jones in Georgia. I like there's couple others that Trump could pick, but what Kennedy offers, even though he's 70 years old, is youth. If you vote against liberty, what do you expect? Well, I would never vote against liberty, but I guess it's all in the definition. Oh, they see 69 million in stolen artifacts. I don't know. I've been thinking about that. I'm going to end in 4 minutes. But, I could have done things differently in my life and have 69 million. But is it worth it to steal that? I don't think so. Let's see how the aftermarket is treating the stock. $452, so it's down. I would love if the gentleman who spoke about Elliott Wave is correct tomorrow. And the biggest surprise to the market tomorrow would be for Finger to go up in a huge way, like 3-4 points. But I'll stick by my projection. Get ready for $4. But it won't last. It's just one day event. The last guy on a ticket with Trump almost got lynched. I don't know. I don't think that's true. I mean, that I can't talk about that, but that implies one interpretation of something that happened, and I'm not going to talk about it though. Um, uh, I think Trump was loyal to Mike Pence and remains loyal to Mike Pence, but I don't think Pence has really returned that 100%. But they have an interesting relationship. They seem to uh, respect each other. Uh, my eyes just, my eyes adored you. I I didn't say that MMTLP had a chance of settlement. There will be a solution. There's two kinds of settlements for MMTLP, legal or in the market. I think for us, market's better than legal. It'll come. But I'm telling you, I think you still have years ahead of you. I'm in it too. I think it's at least another 2 years. That's how I feel about it. That can change any time, but it could be longer too. Any news on GTII preferred shares? They are still preferred. They still are restricted shares, and they're in your account. And they have a date that's set in stone, so the news will never change. It's probably 6 months. The restricted shares are likely to be the legend removed in the middle of October this year, subject to the possibility that it's long. I don't know for sure that it's 6 months. Um, there's something wrong with my. Oh, Ham tweeted something with FBI. Well, I think he may be referring to, and this is how I choose to interpret it, he may be referring to the seller of GTII fraudulently into PacWest retail branch in California, who cost that firm $4 million when they covered the trade. At that time, the brokerage firm reported that theft and fraud to the FBI. That's what he might. I don't know if he is the FBI going to call him instead of me or you. No, but I think that's what he's talking about, and that never went away. Remember at the time that somebody who spoke to an agent there, or spoke to one of the whistleblowers, or spoke to someone who knew the broker, I forget how it went, but said that the FBI had heard of the person giving the trades and thought it might be the same person giving trades all over the street. So it could be big. I've always listed it when I remembered it on my reasons to own GTII. Oh no, I'm not. If it's new to you, now I can't remember what I was answering to Sky. Yeah. Anyway, Trump and Tulsi would be good. I would love it. Trump and Tulsi. I would love that. I would love Trump and Tulsi. I think in general, Ham's uh, got a lot of contacts, so he may get a sense of things, but I don't think Ham knows any material inside information. And if he does, he's not going to be telling anybody. If I have material inside information, I'm not going to tell you, and I'm not going to tell anybody. I also don't think I'm ever going to be given material inside information. So, all right, I'm going to let it go at that because the questions have become the questions that I always fear. Tomorrow might be interesting, but I would start thinking about Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. I think I'm going to stick with it. I think they have a choice tomorrow. Will they move the stock to $4 or to $5 to get the most premiums? I think the most premiums they can capture are at $4. So, although that would mean the $5 puts are really there is premium there, but I don't see that where they have risk with the puts. They have risk with the calls. So that's my opinion. I think it'll be $4 tomorrow at the close. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm 100% wrong. I hope it's 5 or 6 or 7. That would surprise the most people. That's what markets do. And I love the gentleman that talked about the Elliott wave theory. He might be completely on. They may try to sell it off in the morning. It only touches 432, I think he said, and then maybe we're off to the races on the fifth wave and we go to $7 or $8 or $9. So I think that's all I can say today. Ham is the man, and he's a bit of a ham too. I haven't warmed to Carrie Lake yet, but I'm getting there. I like Tulsi very much. All right, so peace, love, and happiness. Every day we get away from Wimbledon, I start feeling better and better. And what do I think of Fed now? I don't have much of an opinion of Fed now. They're trying to gather information that Apple's gathering, the credit card companies are gathering, and we voluntarily do it. But I don't have much of an opinion. I don't think the government's going to be able to get us to do away with currency, because if we don't have currency, we'll use something else. I don't think Americans will put all of everything up on computers, but that's what they want. Anyway, we'll catch you in the morning. My dog wants to go out, and I love him to death, so I'm going to go walk Lucky Boy. So, catch you later.